Hello, hello. Happy Tuesday, everybody. Welcome back to Pyanodons. I want to actually do a little bit of cleanup on this because it's been bothering me. Just spread the columns a little further apart, get them not with like pipes and stuff going through them, and cleaned up a little bit. So we're going to clean up the follower list first things first, while I'm thinking about it. And then we'll get into whatever today's actual goals are. Last time, I think we got most of our alloy processing done. Was that last Thursday? I think that was last Thursday. So our next to-do list here for mechanical parts, I have this nexelit on rails question mark. That really does need to happen. I've been popping this save open on and off for the past few days, and when I pop it open to stream, I always grab from the last save that we used, so like the base hasn't been idling. But usually over the course of off days, I'll just grab the latest auto save, so the base, I have seen the base progress, even though that progress has not happened here, and nexelit is still a major issue. So we are going to have to find a nexelit. I think there's a patch. Yeah. I like this one here. We could extend this stop, and we should be able to fuel our digosaurs off of meat because we have huge amounts of meat available. As you can see. So that is going to be the plan, is to run the digosaurs off of, well, meat when we can. Otherwise, jerky, and we'll get that set up here. Nexelit processing wise, we don't really have anything we can do other than the standard existing nexelit. We don't get nexelit 2 until blue science. Yeah, nexelit processing stage 2 is blue science. But we can see in Pi Science 2, we do have nexelit power poles. We have these neuroprocessors, which I assume are important. And we have nexelit batteries, which are, I'm sure, used for something. So, probably these machine components. Maybe not these machine components. Oh, yep, there we go. At any rate, we're going to want more nexelit, even if we only need a little bit more right now. So we'll get that. We will get that done. All right, how do I want to do this? We're going to start with just cleaning all of this up. Yeah, and you can see I've got this water pipe through here. And it's just gotten hard to manage all of this, and I've had to skip a couple positions because of long names. So we're going to get this better cleaned up. And I guess I'll do it maybe right here. Yeah, so let's just take... sorry, let's finish cleaning these first. And then hopefully there's enough space here. If I need to adjust some of this stuff further, I can. But I think we should have the space. And then, I mentioned this before, but if you are a follower and your name is not on this list, let me know and I'll get that fixed. I don't always get follows that don't happen on stream and other such things, but I'm going to give a little bit of extra room in case we get some more. If I did miss you, then I will happily get you on the list. There we go. Now, I guess I need to decide what I want to be behind this. Do I want asphalt? Do I want bricks? Do I want concrete? It was stone brick before. And I could keep doing stone brick, but... You know what? I'm just going to do this, and then we're going to reposition them. Let's do... I guess I'm just going to keep doing bricks for the background of the follower list. Why not? They're right here. That's a big part of why I'm continuing to do bricks for the follower list. Is they're right there. All right, and then most important thing here. I'm sure that I did not manage to get this well centered. That's okay. Like there. Actually, let's pull the whole thing up. In that case. To like here. And then we have this whole section below that I can grow that into. I know this is not, like, the most important thing in the base, but it's important for me. Alright. And then I'll get lights added back to this in a moment as well. Am I out of... Yeah, I'm out of stone brick. Fix that. All right, and then the other thing that I wanted to do while I was up here, clear this out. And find some plastic. Is plastic what I want to use? Yeah, I don't really have gold yet. Yeah, let's do plastic. I'm making plastic right up here anyway, so easy enough to grab. That's rubber, plastic. This in line right here. And then my one, my only. Thank you very much again, Grim, for supporting me and for hanging out. It is always appreciated. And you go right there in the more expensive material with the more expensive background as soon as I decide what that's going to be. Let's grab... Yeah, let's just grab some concrete. Ooh, actually, I can grab refined concrete. Refined concrete. Let's let this buffer a little more of that. There we go. All right. The important thing is done. Did I mess up? Did I overwrite? Nope. It's just that concrete takes precedence when the tiles merge. Interesting. Okay. That's fine. And I think that's all I needed to do there. Is this still ash? Yes. Okay, so we can actually start working on the things that we need to do now. If the first thing we're going to do is nexelit, we need to make more digosaurs. So let's get this thing going for that. Do I have... These make saline water for... Yeah, how do I best want to do this? I've got stone here. This is filling with the moss, the titanium. Yeah, this has everything except saline water, so I think I just need to grab one washer. Actually, are we in... Yeah, we're in construction bot range. So we can do even better than grabbing a washer. We can grab this thing. And if we can plop it someplace... Where do I want to put this? I'm trying to find where I can easily get the water in... I guess right there is fine. And then we'll bring saline water. Of course, it doesn't quite fit. What is this? This is bringing in... We don't need that right now. Alright. So that'll bring in saline water for these guys. And we're not getting moss samples. Yes, we are. They're just slow. Okay. That's fine. Do I have any more of them? I don't currently. That's also fine. Oh, and this needs its stone input, doesn't it? Okay. That should be enough to get digosaurs going. If we flip to YAFC. And there it is. Oh, look, I already have nexelit up. You can see that for feeding them meat, we need 3 dig sites to get a full belt of raw nexelit. I'm probably going to do like 4. So let's go ahead and get the dig sites going, and each of those needs digosauruses, so we'll need to make 16 digosauruses ultimately, but I don't think that's going to be much of a strain on my resources at this point in the game. So let's make these dig sites. I don't think I have those in the mall yet, So we're just going to have to... Oh, the Logibots... I was technically in Logibot range, but very far away from where everything is, so the bots will have been kind of going all over the base trying to get to me, unfortunately. Dig sites. I just need a bunch of small parts. All right. And titanium and duralumin. All right. This is the dance of making things by hand. And steel and lead. Lead is down here. Yes. And what's the last thing that I'm going to need? A little more titanium. Wow. Go through that fast. All right. Perfect. 4 dig sites. Why am I holding a Zyapho? I don't know. All right, so yeah, I think we're just going to expand this thing's position here. Expand this station a little further, and we'll have 2 stops. One for meat in, one for nexelit out. And it looks like we might need more trains again. Something else that I noticed when I was looking at the base, yeah, is this. This is a problem. And we do have... somewhere here. Yeah, coal gas. Like, this is running, but basically our time from when, like, a train can pick up to drop off here and back is too long, so... something we can do is bump the train limit on these. I'll do that down here as well. But we may also... not there. Over here. We might also need to... change this to be the stack inserter based station, just to really push the throughput up. All right, so I've got my 4 dig sites. I'm sure I have everything that I need for, like, basic stations. Somehow I ended up with this bot in my inventory. It can go in there. Let's go ahead and head down to here. Actually, let's go along here first, and let's get these radars in place to expand our coverage, because we're going to be pushing out a little bit. Rare earths has always been off the map, and we're pushing this a little further off the map as well. So let's just get all that filled in. Let me make sure I have enough radars. A little more iron plate. All right, we can do that. All right, we'll get the radar coverage expanded on our way down, and then we should be, let's see. Nope. Try again, Brennan. There we go. And of course, this radar is going to be in, like, the middle of this lake. What's the best place to connect this? I guess if I go down here, the bots will just build this for me. That's not great. Is this power? No, that's just a pipe. Yeah, I think it's gonna have to be down. And then we'll just let the bots build this power infrastructure through here. is interesting. Apparently I missed some stuff that needed to be cleaned up here at one point. Let's go ahead and grab just the straight section. We're just going to reposition that, yeah, just so that the signals all get put back in the right place. And that didn't connect power, which probably means that I abandoned one of these. There it is. On the way by. Beautiful. All right, the next one is even worse as far as being underwater goes. Several of these are going to end up basically just like as their own islands. I don't think there's much that I can do about that. All right, there we go. That should be radar coverage. I need to go down, I guess, one more if I want to cover where that... yeah. Cover where the rare earth patch is, just so I can see it. It's not a huge deal, but it's nice to be able to see my mining spots. All right, there we go. Radar coverage expanded. So now, yeah, we should be able to, we'll just move this end piece here over. We'll drop another segment in, and then we'll be able to do our digosaurs right here. Refined concrete speed is 350. What's asphalt speed? 350, they're the same. Okay. The digosaur mining speed is affected by... oh, but I only have a little bit of refined concrete. I'll get asphalt, and we will put down some asphalt for the digosaurs because they are improved by that. They will mine more quickly if they can walk more quickly. All right, and then station-wise, we're just going to need a solid drop-off. Let's actually do the solid pickup here. Opposite. Well, it doesn't really matter. There's the pickup. So this will be the output of our raw nexelit. Ooh, missed that. That needs to be... there we go. And then over here, we'll have the drop-off. And this will be a drop-off for... meat. Now, this needs some custom handling. So we're going to break this connection here, and I'm going to grab an arithmetic combinator. So what we need to handle with this is that potentially this could be full of jerky, and we don't want there to be a meat delivery if that happens. Because we're fine running these guys off of jerky. So what we want is to sum meat and jerky. And then we output that as meat. And then this, when we're requesting our 30 stacks of meat in here, if there is jerky, it'll count towards this being supplied. Hopefully that makes sense. Okay. And then we're going to have the dig sites themselves. So these only cover like a certain area. I don't know if it matters if their areas overlap. I don't think it would. So I should be able to do them like right next to each other. Although here you can see like I probably want to come in. You know, trying to cover the sort of best areas we can with them. Actually, I wonder if we can do this. And that way they're all on this really good area here. And I just have to feed the belts around. For the food in and the nexelit out. So each of these, in theory, can do 2 blue inserters of output per building, and they take 1 blue inserter of input per building. In theory, that's half a belt each of, or half a belt in total of meat to 15 nexelit a second, but what I'm inclined to do is feed in here. Let's grab a belt of meat. That's a sentence. So belt of meat, and I'm gonna just loop this around 2 away here. And that way we can feed in using long-handed inserters. And I'll use 2 just to be on the safe side, but like that's overkill. And then their output, I'm going to have 3 blue inserters, which is also overkill. And then that belt will also go around clockwise. There we go. Inputs, outputs, each of these is going to need power. Oh, really? All right, I guess that's what we're getting in all of our corners. Okay, and I may as well put the last one in. Even though the belts aren't going to connect. This belt comes up, over, and becomes our output. Alright, so we need to put the actual Digosaur modules in these still, and this needs power. There we go. Power. Well, no. Power. Power. And then, yeah, we need the Digosaurs themselves, which are hopefully being built. We have one. Why are these running so slowly? Oh, I'm still running this on a single gray inserter. That's why these are running so slowly. Okay. Let's go speed that up. And then, yeah, these will run off of either meat or jerky, basically. We obviously prefer they run off of meat. They'll be faster running off of meat, but with 4 of them, I think they can run off of jerky, and it'll be okay. Especially once we get their pavement in place. So let's go grab asphalt. Because we're going to use that to pave their work area. And then we'll also swing up where the... we'll head back up to the main base. Oh, actually, I can do this remotely. We have bot coverage here. I just want to upgrade this slow inserter here. There we go. And the construction bots should be able to take care of that for me. All right, there we go. That whole area is now paved. I'm actually going to do it a little bit bigger. We'll do this whole inner square, actually. It shouldn't matter, but, you know, makes me feel better. Perfect. So these guys, then, as soon as we have the Digosaur modules in them, should be able to start gathering all of this nexelit. And yeah, there's already some jerky here that's spoiled, but that's okay. Probably set these to decayed first. Don't know if it really matters, but again, it's going to be a mix of meat and jerky on this system, and that's fine. All right, so with that done, we just have to do the rest of the processing, right? Which is all the rest of these buildings. It's a lot of electrolyzers to deal with this muddy sludge. I do have muddy sludge to rich clay now. That's... maybe that's a better sink than the muddy sludge to oxygen, but... So yeah, we need 30 electrolyzers and 20 washers and a bunch of other stuff. So let's get this into our shopping list. So, nexelit. And then we'll add nexelit to ourselves. We don't need the dig sites, and we don't need the digosaurs. And this lost track of, because it thinks they're not necessary, the water pump and the outfall. Since the water technically cycles, but I don't like to do that. So we will take one outfall as well. We usually just make those, but yeah, I can just make that myself. Okay. So yeah, we're going to need the electrolyzers, the washers, and the gas furnaces. And this is going to be a pretty decent-sized build. And hopefully with that faster inserter doing moss samples, we'll have our actual digosaurs available sooner. Because, yeah, we need a lot of moss samples for these things. And we need 16 of them to fully populate that, Well, 0.1 of these a second. A little bit less than that, because this inserter can't quite do it. Oh, and its moss flow can't even quite do it. That's unfortunate. Why is moss being bursty? Yeah. So yeah, moss is going to be an issue. And then, you know, each of these, as slow as these are, 120 seconds, you know, can we get 30 moss samples in 120 seconds? Maybe. I think it's closer to 300 seconds. So I think we're going to have like one of these every 5 minutes. And we need 16 of them. So it's going to be a little over an hour, maybe 2 hours before that's done. So we'll go off and we'll work on other things. And, all right, those are all on their way. I'm going to need some more electrolyzers, and I'm going to need some more washers. So that is expected. Let's grab steam engines. Let's see, how many of these are en route? 16. So we can make 10 more. Oh, stop, we're making small parts. All right, 18 plus 17, that's 35 on the way. All right, on to electrolyzers. For these, we need small parts and we need copper. Oop, stop. Inductors. Aluminum. On the way, 20, and we have 10. Okay. So I think all the rest of everything is on the way. We're just waiting for the bots to figure that out and get things to me. It can take a little while. I should really look into... is it under logistics? These just recharging stations, because they're smaller in theory than... Are they actually cheaper than a... They need twice as many circuits. They need a little less aluminum, the same amount of steel. They need intermetallics, which are the same. They don't need the batteries. Yeah, I guess they are arguably cheaper. They need more circuits, but if I built some of these, we would be in a... We can get some charging going, some more charging going where the bots are. like, if we look at kind of this path, you can see the bots are always bouncing off of the main path to go charge themselves. So, like, if we get some of these charging stations around here, it's going to help the bots sort of working their way along sort of between the two sections of the base, right? Throw one of these around somewhere like there. And that should help some with the bots that get, like, you could see some of them get sent way out of their way to some of these stations to charge. And that's part of why logistics takes forever for me, is that we just don't have the charging capacity near where we need it. So, yeah, they're already starting to make use of these stations. So, I should actually put those on the mall. And then eventually we'll be able to just I'll be able to tell the construction bots to drop them down, so I can just kind of do that remotely, right? It's just keep adding charging stations along sort of these main paths that the bots need to follow, and just getting them, again, along here, you know, stations through here. These stations where the bots congregate that are always full are the ones that need more charging near them, and that way the bots won't be sent out of their way to these other stations as frequently. At least that's the hope. What are we up to here? 25 of these. Do I know where the other 5 are? Not really. Could be anywhere. Oh, there's one. See, that guy got somehow sent all the way down here to charge. But you can see, you know, a bunch of bots will be flying together, and then when they need to charge, they start flying out to all of these stations, right? And the further out of the way those stations are, the worse it is for performance of the base. Oh, circuits. Circuits are still not great. I don't love that. What are we missing? Glass now? Ooh, okay. That's this hot air build, right? Yeah, I mean, these are all running. I think it's fine. I think it's just... Oh! It's because this turned on. More demand for these petri dishes because the thing that I'm building needs lots of moss gene samples, right? Because I put this faster inserter on, which means we're building moss gene samples faster, and that's pulling more demand. That's funny. And by funny, I mean awful. All right, let's go build nexelit processing somewhere. Where do I want to do this? I don't know. I guess I can do it like right here. There's space here. There's water nearby, so it's easy enough to dump the nexelit Because we need our outfall and we need water in to do all of our proper processing of the byproducts. So I think that's a reasonable place to do it. Kind of south here, and then... Oh no, but I can't build a thing here, can I? Because this build is in the way. I think I've looked at this before. Oh, maybe I can. Oh, I super can. Okay. Not there. That one hits the iron. Okay. Just barely, but it does. So we want to do up here. All right. As far as stations for the nexelit processing go, we're going to need... Let's look at our inputs. We're going to need a... We're going to need a fluid input, a solid output, and a fluid output. So that's 4 stations. So we're going to have solid drop off first here. We're going to have a fuel drop off here. Oh, and I didn't make the right tanks for that. Oh, I have the stuff for them, fortunately. What else do I need, combinator-wise? 3 arithmetic combinator. No. It's the cybernetic combinators and the stations that I don't have, which of course do still need circuits. So let's go grab some circuits. I think it's down here. Nope, one more. I think right up here is where I put them. Oh, that's batteries. Circuits. There we go. All right. And then on the other side of this, we're going to have... Here, let's set up this. This is going to take raw nexelit. May as well just say fill up the station. That's fine. Fuel stations don't need any special handling. All right. So that'll deliver diesel to this station, and then this will be the nexelit input. So this should be pretty straightforward to build. We need 15 washers. Yikes. All right. So 15 washers. I don't know. Let's do them like here. Each of these is going to do... One of these is nexelit. Nexelit. They each take in water and take out... muddy sludge. That's fine. And they're each going to have as their input one of those, and as output, one of these. All right. And then we'll take a full belt out of here. And let's see. All right. This has been delivered a bunch of diesel. There we go. Diesel is still my, like, main... where's the selector combinator? That's the, like... Yeah, well, diesel was. Now it's gasoline. All right. So this will be the raw nexelit. We'll have the washed nexelit in, or out, rather. That's a whole 5 a second, and that feeds into 5 gas furnaces. No sense using yellow inserters, because we don't want to have to bring power down, basically. Oh, look at that. I love it when things fit perfectly together. So, this needs water in. Let's do that while I'm thinking about it. And then the muddy sludge out is going to be a whole thing. There's our output of nexelit plate. That feeds to a solid pickup. Oh, and this does fit so well. Look at that. All right. And Twitch is telling me that it is ad break o'clock, so we're going to go ahead and let that ad run. And when we come back, we just have to deal with the muddy sludge byproduct here, and maybe we'll have more digosaurs done, but I think waiting for the digosaurs is going to be a slow process, unfortunately. So we'll probably move on to some of the other parts that we need to build. zip ears, yadals, B render, all this AL stuff will be quite a bit for us to build up, and we can do that while we're waiting for the Digosaurs. But yeah, that'll be after the ad break, so I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. All right, welcome back. So these 30 electrolyzers make a lot of soil, I just realized. So we're gonna do something with direct insertion here between the electrolyzers and the soil washers. Let's just see if we can figure that out. So we have 30 electrolyzers and 20 washers. So if I do like 3 of these into 2 washers, and of course, they don't quite want a ratio. Let's actually set our recipe so I don't... Alright. So we got that. And then we're going to have our washers, right? Which are also going to output muddy sludge. And if I can ratio this well enough, I will be a happy camper. What I want... All right. So each of these outputs 1.66 a second. So in theory, that's a blue outserter here and here. And then this one can be split between 2 yellows. And then we do power like this. And then I just have to tile this 10 times, question mark? I think this will do what I want. And then we'll just have 2, 3, 4, 5. 10. And all of these underground pipes should have connected for the... Yes, they did. All right. So that just means that we need our input water, which is 1,000 water a second. What does each of these make? 1,200. Okay, so this thing needs its own pump, basically. And I did forget some of this that needs to be done. And then on the output, same thing. Yeah. All right. Now if I copy this whole thing, we should have everything we need. All right. So this water is the output, and this needs to go into an outfall, which I think I want to do at this end. Yes. There we go. That'll be power for that. This is water input. Or, sorry, muddy sludge input in the middle. And this is water input for, yeah, the washer side. So we'll do water here. And that'll be the water in here. The muddy sludge needs to kind of do this thing. And then this needs to be connected with a top-up. That way, if for whatever reason these guys get backed up, we want it to recycle and void all the muddy sludge that's in the loop and the soil that's in the loop before it brings in the muddy sludge from the nexelit processing. And that's what that top-up valve is going to do for us. And then the last thing that we have here is our oxygen output. And that's going to come up here, and we're going to have a fluid pickup station just for oxygen here. Really? I'm out of rails? That's awful. All right, we're going to have to go get rails. Okay, so a few rails here are missing. Otherwise, I think this build is done. It's obviously not going to turn on yet because we don't have the... oh, and this is a byproduct, of course. So this needs an extra... high priority on this station because this oxygen is a byproduct and we don't want it to block our nexelit processing. All right. That is fine. So I think we just need rails here and we'll be good to go. This will be done. It just won't, again, it can't turn on until we get our digosaurs to drop in this station. And I'm sure all of this is, yeah. Woohoo, but it's working, right? We have our inputs of 1.7 and we output, yeah. And then it wants 1.2 and there's rounding happening here, which is why it's at 2.9 and not 3 total, but cool. This is working the way it's supposed to work. Everything is jerky, which means these guys are going to be running slow. But this has the interesting effect, the way this works, is that when nexelit demand is low, they'll kind of just be running off of jerky. And when it ramps up, they'll go through the fuel more quickly. And that means they will eventually start pulling fresh meat and they'll speed up. That is not intended, was not part of the design, but it's just a way that it's going to naturally work. All right, let's grab rails and go ahead and finish that station over there, and then we'll have to figure out what we need for our next couple of builds. Which will probably be the Zip Your Eggs or the Zyapho build. Those are the two big options, right? I mean, I know we have some other stuff, but... Actually, Arcod rendering wouldn't take too long to get set up. And Zyapho rendering... Here, let's pull this down. We'll do these two rendering ones together. Because that's just faster and easier to get set up. We only have to swing by centralized animal management once if we're going to make changes down there. All right. So, do we have... We have 3. And a 4th one is in progress. All right. Maybe I make enough wood now on rails that I don't need to prioritize these anymore, and these can be fallback. If I do that, if I switch the priority, that's going to make a lot more moss available to the rest of the systems that need it, including making my Digosaurs, but also what's left of science that's running, and things like that. And I think this will be fine. I think I've got more than enough log now that we can get away with that. Wherever log happens. Here. And then, yeah, this should be starting to back up now. And it's going to take a minute for logs to back up enough for these systems to stop. But this will help with our overall moss demand as these guys turn off. Cool. Let's work on, I guess, the zipper egg build next. That shouldn't be too hard. I'll do mechanical parts after I see nexelit like up and running, and I'm sure all my alloys are running and all that stuff. We'll do mechanical parts. All right, so zipper eggs, Yadals, Xiophos all need to get built. Let's take a look in here. I need to be running. Oh, this is bootstrapping zip ears. I actually don't need this one anymore. Let's look at Unified Science. I need 0.17 zipper eggs a second. All right. And we're going to make zip ear eggs. Obviously, not that many of them. All right, 3 it is. So we'll make stone wool on site from... I don't know if it really matters. May as well use the gravel creosote recipe. That way we are using gravel and creosote. Phytoplankton we always grow from jerky. And pressurized water is on site. And then the wastewater we process into urea also on site, and that'll be an output. All right. I guess the reason to use the other stone wool recipe is that technically we don't need a fluid input. Yeah. Maybe we should do that. It saves a fluid input. There we go. All right, so I don't think we have to worry about any decay products in this build. So we're going to have our zipper egg output, a secondary output for urea, and then we're going to have all of these things on inputs. So this is 3 stations in total. It's a medium-sized build. Grab our shopping list, blueprint it. No, of course... I wish that the blueprint import didn't clutter up my inventory with blueprints that I don't want. Done. Delete. So, this is the zipper egg build. Zipper egg. All right, so we can head up for that. But we may as well, while we're filling up our requests for things. The other thing we need is the Xiophos. Oh, and Yadals. So let's get the stuff for just all of those. And I guess I could also grab 12. Yeah, we may as well do everything. Do I have a Xi tab? Have I made Xiopho? But this is just one machine making them. I don't think that's enough for science. So we actually need... Here we go. Yeah, zipper egg was 2.5 of these. Okay, this is done now. So we can get rid of zipper egg. And then Xyphos, it looks like we need 2 Xypho pools worth. Cool. So we'll find the Xypho page. And we'll just change this to 2. And this is basically what I already built, isn't it? Yeah, it needs a little more phytoplankton. And it needs to be exported. But otherwise... Can I just grab one more phytoplankton farm and, like, fix up the existing Xypho build to be good enough? We're doing it over here. I can set up an output. We have space for the station. So yeah, if we had one more phytoplankton farm hooked up, like, literally here, and then another one of these guys... like, literally here-ish. Put that there. That there. Would that do the trick? And then where this chest is, obviously we go up to, like... proper output here, there. Eh? I don't hate that. And then we just put down a solid pickup right here. Oh, of course. Oh, and that's because I think I put that in the wrong spot, didn't I? Solid pickup here. Yeah, now it fits. Yeah, and if that's all we need for Xyphos, 2 machines worth, making tiny amounts of them, then, think some signal fixes that I need to do that I missed doing previously. But yeah, this is fairly small modifications to get this working for all of the Xy's that we need. Cool. So yeah, I only need just the one more Xypho pool then, and one more phytoplankton farm. So we don't even have to export that. We can add that to my requests here. We're going to want 6 phytoplankton farms here. And we'll add the Xypho pool. Cool. So we can fix up that Xiapho build to get it up to snuff for science production. And then we can also go ahead and build our science production level zipper egg build. Because that does need to be a separate build from the little zipper setup that I made. Alright, yeah, I need to grab zip ears, of course, and apparently I don't have Xiapho pools in... Nope, I did not put Xiapho pools up here. That's unfortunate. Yeah, circuits are going to be an issue. But I think everything else we've got... Yeah, because we don't actually need the zip ear reefs, the artificial reef or whatever it's called for zip ears. We only need the reproductive complex because we're just making their eggs. So yeah, all the rest of this will come in. That Xiapho pool is going to be slow to craft, although I guess I could just request... I could just request one Relesia plantation. Yeah, request that to myself, and then I can build the, I'll be able to build this Xiapho pool myself once that Relesia plantation gets delivered. Alright, I think everything else... Yeah, reproductive complexes are on the way. We just got the last phytoplankton farm. The zip ears themselves, obviously, we need to pick up. That's fine. So we're just waiting on a couple more small deliveries. What can I ditch? I can ditch soil. I can ditch all this raw coal. I can ditch these fish. I can ditch these DNA samples. Log. I think most of the rest of this I kind of want to hold on to, at least for now. Alright, I'm just waiting on that Relesia plantation. Come on, bots. I have confidence in you. Maybe I shouldn't, but I do. There it is. And get rid of that, and we can make the Xiapho pool ourselves. Beautiful. Alright, let's head over there and get that Xiapho build upgraded to full size. I should have just done it full size to begin with. I guess I didn't realize that it was such a small build. So I kind of... You know, I set that up just to bootstrap the modules. I wasn't really thinking about it being our final build, or being close to big enough to be the final build. But it really is. So... Question is, where is it? It's down here. Oof. I need to fix some of the paving around here. That is for sure. All right, that is gray, inserters. Sorry, I'm making sure my inserters are right. This is waiting on. Okay, it needs this to zigzag over to it. A little bit gross, but it gets the job done. And then the other thing is it needs this to be, yeah, Zyopho larva on over. And down there. Okay. So that should be Zy's now fully scaled up for what we need for science. Yeah. And I can drop all these ones in here. Drop the larva, drop the food in here, filters in here. All right, this is still going to take a long time for this to, like, start to accumulate many of these. But we need them in such low volume that we can probably do our request numbers like, you know, a single stack rather than... All right, it does seem like we need more trains again. We could probably do their request numbers as, like, a single stack rather than... anything more than that. Okay, so Zippiers are next, and I guess I can just do it right over here. Because, like, this already has all the inputs for them. Not that there's a ton of inputs to Zippiers. But, like, it's all right here. Yeah, I'm already making the wool here. We've already got fish on it, right? Wool fish. Pressurized water that I would need to route out somehow. Yeah, it's really tempting to just drop the 3 reproductive complexes. I mean... yeah, I could probably just get this working here. If I clean this out here, and we go ahead and add another section here. We're going to break the trains for a second, but that's okay. We'll fix it. Am I out of... no, there it goes. All right. So... let's assume that this is going to get used a little more completely than we had originally anticipated. All right. So, if we just need 3 of these guys making Zippier eggs, and I can upgrade this to like 4 of them, and then let's grab that. Actually, let's do a cut. Does that hit? Yeah, there's room, just barely room to do it right here. So we'll do 1, 2, 3, 4 of those. And we're going to be doing... All right. And then these need wastewater out, and they need this belt of stuff in. And that's going to be the fun part, because... Actually... No, I think that's okay. We can do this like 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, so that's fine there. The output of the wastewater we'll do right here. Deal with power in a second. Wastewater will go over here. And power to these guys. We'll do... All right, so that is the inputs of all of these. Now I just have to figure out the output, how I want to make that happen. Oh, and we need a whole bunch more phytoplankton. I forgot about that. Okay. Let's clear this whole phytoplankton build then. And we're gonna do... I'm gonna just take all of this here, all of this all the way back here. We're gonna need a couple of jerky a second now. So we'll just pull that through like that. And then all of these phytoplankton farms do all at once. Maybe not like that. Maybe like this. All right, and these are all fairly low volume inputs. We just have a lot of them now. And then water. And then output. And then the phytoplankton. This is actually phytoplankton right here, which almost lines up with what I want. But I think I'll take it here. Yeah. So that's phytoplankton out to this point. And then we need to connect those up. That gets its own water input now. And I'll do one up here for the phytoplankton. Okay. So that'll be phytoplankton, and that should be enough for everything we're doing here. Now all I need to do is figure out how to get outputs off of these guys. Think that's going to involve like this after each one of these. Oh, these need... I need one more zip, apparently. There we go. And then from here, what I should be able to do is just take an output like this. And where did I put that output? Right above the phytoplankton. Okay. Am I out of landfill? Oh. Alright, I'm gonna have to go get more landfill. But we should be able to... grab the zipper eggs through here. Actually, let's do a splitter. So this will prioritize keeping a little bit of a buffer of zipper eggs specifically for making more zip modules. And then the rest of them will come out here. They'll come up here to where we're going to have a solid pickup station. And that is our... yeah, and I need more landfill. But this will be our actual output of the zipper eggs. So that'll come up here. There. And then we're making a whopping, like, yeah, half of a zipper egg a second. So that's just one outserter. All right. This should basically be what we want. This will keep making zip modules forever. And then the rest of them will get sent off to the base for science. Yeah, we're missing landfill everywhere. Oh, we also need... otherwise, it's just landfill? Just landfill. Okay. Cool. So this is zipper eggs and xyphos done. All right. I'm happy with that. Well, almost done. Obviously, we need to actually finish this build, but... and then the xyphos are... oh, that doesn't have power anymore. I messed something up. Oh, I guess we were getting power through... eh? I don't know. There we go. That's power. And we need more trains. Okay. Let's head up to base. The bots will try to restock me. Actually, let's, before we go to base, let's grab what we need for Yadles. since I've got this right here. Apparently, this is the scale I decided to build these at, this 4:14. And then flavonoids is its own separate processing chain. We're not going to do that on site with the Yadels. So yeah, this is what we need. So let's go ahead and grab our shopping list for this as a chest blueprint. Yadels. And add Yadels as a section. Cool. So whatever of that we have available, the bots can also bring me when we go up to base. And then we will have to see what... Sorry, this is just silly. Let me pave this. There we go. I do still need to clear some of the... Oh yeah, there's a little bit of work to do in this whole section. But this gets us into the base from the other side, and I have this, yeah, this path that comes most of the way through now. And here we are. All right. So, wait, did I really not automate those when I started doing these guys? Shoot. Nope, I did not automate the Yadel cultures. All right. What do I need to make those? This is gonna stink. Concrete, glass... storage tanks. Okay. Yep, this is gonna stink. I do think that I send concrete up somewhere. Yes, concrete does come up. This is concrete, this is concrete, this is concrete. Do I not feed it into... Interesting. Apparently it just feeds big power poles and I don't feed it into the network? I don't know if I believe that to be true, but apparently it's true. I'll fix that then. Alright, and then these also are going to need a bunch of glass and a bunch of other stuff. This is going to be expensive to get all those handcrafted, but it's got to happen. Oop, I can, once again, I can stack inserter. And as expected, we now need titanium and duralumin. Yeah, this is going to be expensive. And a bunch of circuit boards. Oof. All right, well, let's at least go up and grab the Yadel modules that we have, because I know we do have some of those up here. This build will eventually just get taken apart, but 6 of those will run, okay, just 2 machines, which actually is all that I've crafted so far. So we can go ahead, let's get the Yadel machines building here. Yeah, everything but circuits, of course. Because circuits are still screwy. And then basically what I expect is that eventually we'll have more of these, and since we need to wait for more of the Yadles like themselves to bootstrap as modules, that's okay. We'll set ourselves to request another dozen of these guys later on, but we will do all the rest of the build, I think. Oh, and the other thing I can check... Oh yeah, all these bots are bringing me landfill, which is one of the things I wanted, but... How are we doing on Digosaurs here? We've got 7 of them. Okay. Is there one more in progress? No, of course not. That would be too easy. How is wood doing? Have we started to back up? We have. Okay. And that means we are going to have lower moss demand for wood, which should give more moss to the rest of the base. You know, there's also this moss belt that goes God knows where. I guess this is all the moss for science. But that is a different issue. What else can I get rid of here? I should have put these zippier things away, but we're just going to trash them. I think everything else is trash in my inventory right now. So yeah, one more spore collector, if the bots ever figure that out. Obviously, landfill making its way to me is good, because we're going to need some of that. Let's add also recharging stations to my base request. No, wait, I didn't want to put them in my base requests. And actually, I should take them out of my base requests here. Interesting, we never got any of these built. Oh, because circuits, of course. Are circuits still kind of screwed up on glass? Yes, appears to be the answer. Unfortunately, yes, appears to be the answer. Glass is... Yeah, glass is screwed up because we're pulling too many petri dishes from this system, and we can't make the hot air. Can't make the hot air. I mean, I can always just switch to this recipe then. Yeah, this is working more quickly now. And we have the capacity to spare as far as, like, the rest of that glass goes, because that was built for... Oh, I never hooked this particular charger up to power. Oops. Do I have other ones that I forgot to power? Probably. They seem like they're mostly gathering round them, though. I don't see any other flashing unpowered icons, so I think I got it. Alright. Let's get ourselves to... Well, let's grab those 7 Digosaurs, and let's get nexelit going. Obviously, we're still waiting for another 9 of them, but this will get us started. And then we can go ahead and start the Yadle build as well somewhere. I just have to find a place and do it. And then that pretty much just leaves the Arclod and Zyapho rendering that needs to be done. And then we got to get cotton guts, basic substrate, sea sponge, rock cocoons. A bunch of these are things we've done before. Sea sponge we haven't done before. That's new. But this is just like all of the inputs we need for the science components, right? We'll go back over all that in YAFC soon. Digosaurs. Digosaurs. There we go. And yeah, with jerky, they're only going to get one ore. If and when they do upgrade to getting meat for themselves, they'll get 2 ores per harvest, which will be pretty close to double speed. So having 4 of these will... oh, I actually want to do something like this, don't I? So that 2 of these are on one half of the belt and 2 of them are on the other. Not that it should matter. I don't think I'm going to get a full belt. Well, we might. When they're running off of meat, we might get a full belt out of it. We'll see. We'll see what we're able to get. All right, but that is nexelit started. Again, we still need 9 more digosaurs, but it's started. So, I guess for Yadles, we can keep going across here. I guess what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep pushing this bottom rectangle sideways. And then we'll go up here with another tall rectangle here. So we'll have 2 of these tall rectangles next to each other with this bottom box kind of covering both of those sections. That should be fine. And then, like, we've also got lots of space on these segments to connect things. A bunch of space here along this stretch that I haven't used yet. So there is... And then I think this is also going to be like 1 box, or maybe I'll even make it a full length over to, not sure yet. But we'll have more space along this stretch as well, or maybe up here. Meh. I haven't decided. But there is lots of space to get, stuff going. So let's do, I guess I'll just do Yadles over by the Zips and Zis. I gotta go back there anyway to finish the Zip build now that I have landfill. So we may as well get the, we may as well do the Yadles there as well, since I'm here. All right, and actually Twitch is telling me that it's just about ad break o'clock, so we're gonna run that break, and when we come back, we'll do the Yadle build. Yeah, we have a small, these were briefly backed up, so they're reloading themselves. Interesting that we're not keeping up with... Why is this full of stone? Oh, I didn't filter, shoot. All right. Coke, fish, jerky. That was stupid. All right. I'll see everyone when the ad is over. All right, welcome back. The Digosaurs are doing their thing. This hasn't had a chance to turn on yet. We haven't gotten the first delivery of ore. It's going to take a little longer before that accumulates, unfortunately. Especially with these running at, I mean, realistically, less than half speed. So, this does look like it did turn back on, though, now that I've got phytoplankton running. Do I still need a little more phytoplankton? Maybe I need more phytoplankton. I might need one more. I didn't really math out what I needed for... I mean, the Zais need 2 unto themselves. That leaves 6 for the Zippiers. And I needed 5 of those for 3. So yeah, maybe I do need one more because I added this 4th zipper egg machine. We might need one more phytoplankton thingy. Can I just make that? Probably not. Nope. Okay. Well, we'll think about that. It's not that hard to tack one more onto the end here if I decide I want to. It's also possible that we're just still buffering the phytoplankton from all these, and they just haven't quite gotten there yet. Right, because all of these are still filling up. Oh, no, I didn't even hook this building up. Well, that explains it. There we go. Everything does still need to buffer, but maybe it'll work now that it's actually plugged in. All right, let's grab another trumpet. And we're gonna go right up here, and this is where we're gonna do our Yadel farm. So the Yadels are gonna need... They have... Oh, wow, that's just 1 input and 1 output. That's really not bad. I expected these to be so much worse to do. Cool. So that's just a single straight. All right. So we're going to have a drop-off station here. And our requests are going to be log, biomass, and fertilizer. All right. And then the logs and the biomass. All right, I need to be making wood. Let's see. Our overall input to these guys is fungal substrate, fertilizer, wood, and the spores. So if we go ahead and grab our 4 spore collectors, wood processing unit first. Let's do that. So we're gonna have a wood processing unit. Oh. stupid things in the way. What even is it? Salt? I don't even want you. Okay. And then our 4 spore collectors. So we're going to have wood and spores on one of these. So that's 1 belt of wooden spores. The next belt needs to be fungal substrate and fertilizer. All right. So we're going to have a machine here making the fungal substrate. I think I'm going to make a little more room. We're going to do this here so I can pull this up. Do the fungal substrate up here. This will take in ingredients from here. Obviously it needs water, and it's going to output 1 a second. That's fine. And that will merge with the fertilizer, which is just half a second. So that's one of these. There we go. So this will be fertilizer. This is going to want logs in. And this is going to get its wood and yes. Beautiful. Now this comes all the way over here. And then we're going to have 2 belts coming in. And all of that is going to feed our actual Yadel homes. There we go. That's 14 of them. That's 14 of them. And then our inputs to these, I mean, these are all fairly low speed inputs, so that's fine. We're going to have a water input. That'll be fine. And then, of course, these don't quite reach because Pyanodons is evil. All right. Oh, and I forgot to do outputs. Of course, I forgot to do outputs. Each of these is outputting, yeah, just such a small number. May as well not exist. All right, so this is just waiting for logs and biomass. We should have more biomass on rails now, but that could still take a minute to, like, fully accumulate. We can turn this off for now. This will be the actual output of our Yadles, and that's going to come to solid pickup station here. This is one of the easiest builds I've done in a long time. Oh, of course, that broke. But other than that... Alright. That is all the Yadles we need for our science. Alright, so we're just waiting... Oh, I need to hook up water still. Let's get that done. That's important. Okay, so this just needs a delivery of biomass, and then it should be able to turn itself on. And then once we've got a few of these accumulated, we'll be able to turn on the rest of these. I think I scaled this larger than we actually need for our final build. So this should be plenty of these guys for the near future. All right. Arcod and Zyapho rendering. And cottonguts on rails. A big basic substrate build. Alright. So let's get back to the unified science view and let's figure out where we're at here. So Yadles are... Zyapho's are done. Full render Zyapho is not done yet. Yadles are done. Something is not done yet. Flavonoids is not done yet. Wherever flavonoids are happening. Here we go. I haven't decided if I'm going to do this on site yet, or if I'd rather just do it separately. They're not really used for anything else other than the science pack, so it probably makes sense to do them on site for Pi Science 2 here. Because I think they're just a direct input to Pi 2. There we go. And then, of course, this wants more Yadles, but I don't have those at the moment. Well, sorry. They're shown as not an available input here because they're done. If it's on this sheet, I haven't built it yet. That's the way it works. Like, do I do microfiber on site for good alien samples? Who knows? A lot of this stuff is coming from other places. Like DNA polymerase is probably, yeah, like that's something we're gonna need for phase 2 cottonguts. So it's nice to build it separate. So we'll build it separate. Retrovirus we need for cDNA, so we're gonna want to build that separate. So, yep, all of these builds are still work in progress. Stone we are actually making. So if we look at this, it looks like Automation Science Pack is done. So we could build our Automation Science Pack build right now, if we so desired. And maybe we should just get it done. High Science 1, we still need basic substrate for. That is a work in progress. I want to double check my bees. All right. So we've scaled all this around one paddock making our quad. Yeah, making maggots. That's our limiting factor. So we should have 5 apiaries making nests, 1 making queens, and 4 making bees themselves. I just want to make sure I did all this right. It was a long time ago. Okay, I have 3 making bees themselves, not 4. But otherwise, yes. Now, we need to be outputting also Arcod honey. And we need quite a bit for science. Oh, this shows 9 apiary hydrocarbon plants making... Okay. Making honey now. Why do I have caged frog here? Oh, right, because I got this into a single... Yeah. These are my direct inputs here. We should be bringing in a little bit of empty comb. Yeah. We have 4 machines actually doing filled comb from tall oil. That's fine. Says 2 things doing Relesia seed extract. That is correct. Okay. So we've only got 5 apiaries doing honeycomb right now. That is significantly fewer, or significantly more, than what I swear my sheet said before. And I remember realizing that I was not getting enough honeycomb. So now I understand why I wasn't getting enough honeycomb. And I need to double check. I don't know if 8 a second is even 7 a second. Okay. So yeah, 9 apiary hydrocarbon plants making making honeycomb. Yeah. Interesting. And then, yeah, we need to bring in a little bit of extra empty comb because we do need it for, I wonder if that was that a change somewhere in Pyanodons? The bees not working out? I'm not sure. Oh, I probably can unfix this now. Nope. It's rounding something to 0, and I don't know what. It thinks we're making enough wax. And I don't know why it thinks that. Okay, we do still need to bring in empty comb. But we get... Did I change this to a different... like... Arcod nests go to... Yeah, this is the normal Arcod recipe, right? That takes... It's not like I've switched this to use... Oh, and then if we full render these, yeah, we're making 1 venom a second, which I think is, I hope is enough. Let's double check that too, actually. How much venom a second do I need? Render Arcods, 0.56 venom a second. Okay, so we are making enough bees. It's just the honey that I messed up somehow? And also it seems like the wax is funky. I'm inclined to rebuild this whole sheet. Because, like, I have confused myself. So, I'm gonna do that. We're gonna start over. So we want to make Arcod honey. We're gonna turn Arcod honeycomb. There we go. So this thinks that oh. Is that it? That we are now making... This thinks that comb is completely recycled. Which I don't think it's supposed to be. Maybe it is. Okay. At any rate, honeycomb is also going to be used to make maggots. And this is our, like, fixed building count 1, right? Used comb has to be turned to wax. And wax can be turned into... empty honeycomb, as well as... empty comb when we need it. Yeah, and this says we need a little bit of wax input right now. Good. That's what I expected. Alright, maggots go to nests. Nests need honey barrels. Again, fill with arcods. And then the nests... There we go. Nests need to go to arcods. Ooh, something it doesn't like there. There we go. Oh, because we don't have natural gas barrels. There we go. Now it should all link up. There we go. Which, somehow this thinks we're making more wax than we bring in. That's concerning. And then we also need to make eggs from queens. And queens from queens. Right. So empty comb can also be made from wax. Uncheck that and check that. It's going to be like, hey, you need to bring in some empty comb. Interesting. Alright, well, I don't know how I ended up deciding that I needed some machines making bitumen to make this whole thing balance, but... And then, yeah, we're outputting... sorry. My queen's in here. .11 arcods a second. And the honey we need. And that is 9 machines making honeycomb. Make the sap on site. Make the releases on site. Okay. So yeah, I need another 4 apiary hydrocarbon plants making Arcod honeycomb, and I'm gonna have to rejigger the Arcod build for that. All right, I have no idea how I got this so screwed up with only like half of the number I needed. Well, I guess if you don't account for the honey going out, then we need 2. Yeah. So that may have been the issue, is I just didn't account for needing output. Oh, no, that's not right. Arcod honey out. There we go. So, yeah. We gotta fix that. So we've got currently 5 of them running to do honey, but like, it's kind of a mess the way they're shoved in here. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take this belt of the combined Ulrichs and empty comb, and we're gonna move these like over here, I guess, and then we'll be able to belt the honeycomb right back into this spot, like through here. Oh, these guys have turned on in the interim. Excellent. And we've even got a few of them. We've got 12. We've made a dozen Yadels. All right. Obviously, we need the machines to make them before we can get more of those going. But Yadels is done. We are going to need another few apiaries. Which hopefully the bots can make for me. And then actually, oh, the other thing that I was looking at that got us started on this whole routine was rendering bees and Zais, and both of those it looks like are just 1 slaughterhouse each, at least initially. So we can go ahead and get those set up with just a couple of slaughterhouses, and I will add that to my requests. Oh, and this is only 4 of these. I'll do 5. We'll have a little bit of extra honey. I think it's fine to build a little bit of extra honey. And then hopefully, yes, both of these are on the way. And then, yeah, that's some stuff for a few stations at least. Might be enough. We'll need more rails. I don't know how I ended up with so many rail supports. I must have accidentally shift-clicked them, like, from my inventory into this box. Alright, we've got our slaughterhouses, we've got our apiaries. Let's go fix our quads. And then we'll do the Arquad and Xiapho rendering. Oh, and the other thing I can check is how many more Digosauruses do we have? Not many. Oh, that's bad. All right. Yep, that's fine. It's running. It's just slow. Cool. I mean, we can grab the two that are there. We may as well grab them. But it's going to be a little while until the last, basically the second half of them are done. Just because of they're not super expensive, but that place is just, that build isn't set up to build anything in bulk, right? It's set up to do like 1 or 2 of a creature to get breeding started. And we're trying to do several more. So, all right, there we go. A few more dinosaurs. Let's go fix bees. Is this bees? That is bees. So that is up and to the left. Bees. Okay. So all of this needs to come down. This will still be where the honey comes in. I'm not going to change any of this part of the processing. And then this empty comb. We'll do... How do I want to... Can I do this better? Yes, I can. If we come in... here. There we go. That'll be the comb. So we got to take our output from here and get this over here somewhere. All right. And that's going to feed these apiary hydrocarbon plants. Making the honeycomb. Grab another stack of bees. Oh, hey, we have lots of bees. Good to know. So this feeds in, yeah, very small quantities, and feeds out very small quantities. Ooh. This water pipe is in the way. Let's just change how we're doing this, just so that this build can be clean here. Then this needs water from elsewhere. All right, there's water. All of these hydrocarbon plants need power. That looks like everything is turned back on there. So now I just need to get the honey from this end back into like here, which I think comes down this way and kind of right through here was the plan. I push this a little further. There we go. And then we can do something like that. And that should be enough. Don't know why this is doing this funny dance. It doesn't have to. The way this is built, it will properly prioritize the honeycomb that's output here, just via this splitter. We don't even need to do that. It's already on the right side. So that's fine. I could probably change the way I'm doing this to avoid like this looping around and going under itself, but whatever, it works. All right, so these are starting to make honeycomb. I don't know what I did wrong with my factory design, where I had like half of what I needed. Maybe I just didn't account for the output. But at any rate, it's done now. We should have combs starting to come around. There we go. And this is going to start to back up again. Cool. There we go. And then the next thing to do is to set up slaughter for Zais and Archods. So let's head over to animal management and we will take a look at that. This should be pretty straightforward. Yeah, so all of this stuff is up here. I'm actually going to set up a second station because we're going to set our request threshold low. These are going to request like 2 stacks at a time because otherwise, like, it's going to take forever. Also, apparently we're out of meat, guts, whatever. Jerky. That is unusual. Alright, well, it's backing up again. Oh, have we backed up on... No, not yet. I was going to say, did we back up on chitin to the point where it's, like, dead? And the answer is no. In fact, these guys aren't running at all. Is that because we're backed up on Formic? Holy crap, we are. Wow. All right. Cool. Yeah, we're not actively trying to slaughter Vrox right now. Cool. Okay. So, yeah, in theory, we'll get, we'll get more jerky, right, as things decay. Yeah, there's some brains that are near the decay point. I'm sure I have some guts that are near the decay point. So we'll get another load of jerky to run the phytoplankton soon. Okay, but here we're requesting smaller stacks of things because we're only going to have, 1 or 2 machines for slaughtering each of them. So, all right, Xiophos don't need cages. What about bees? Do bees need cages? No. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Pi, for being not awful for once. All right. So these can also, of course, output, in addition to both outputting this purple blood, which I'm going to have to get a sink for, and this outputting the thing we care about from them, the Archod Venom. They also can, of course, output meat, guts. This one does meat, guts, chitin. Yeah. So this is all going to be normal output stuff. I kind of don't want to just... Well, yeah, because we've got this whole side of the belt that we're really not using, so we can feed stuff into the second side of the belt, and that'll come, like, right up here. So if we kind of do this and feed into this side, we'll have plenty of space, capacity on this side of the belt for the things that we want. Now, as far as actually getting those products, let's go ahead and grab this, and we'll do our next output left, and this is going to be the shells. All right. So the shells from the Zais come all the way down. To another pickup station. Bonk. Bonk. All right, so this will be pickup for shells, which is not a lot to start with, but that's okay. We go over here, we're going to have a couple outputs. Output 1, Zais. Output 2 is going to be the bees. Archods, there we go. All right. Yeah, and these are feeding in just very small quantities of both of these. Okay. So, yeah, so this is going to have a threshold. Yeah, I set the request threshold to 2, which means that we want to be requesting for each of these. You know, we want like 3 stacks. And then when it hits needing 2, it'll dispatch another train. So this is going to be a fairly low volume. All of these are slaughtered in much higher quantity right now for their various uses. And then we just have to drop off. If we grab 1, 2 stations here. These are going to be for the... Oh, and I need a... We don't need a decider combinator here. We will need one here, and I am going to need one more. Good. Because we need it over here. We very rarely need things on these stations. But this is going to be if shells are less than... I mean, what does shells stack to? 100. There we go. We're going to output the Zai signal, right? And all my actual slaughter command signals are on red, right? That's a separate, yes. So let's get red from here to here to here to here to here. Oh god, I messed something up with this. I've got a bunch of, like, weird spare power poles. And hopefully I never need to use a global red signal, or I'm going to have to reroute through this, but that's okay. Yeah, and we've already got red coming through here. So we just need to feed it into here. And then this inserter is only enabled when it gets the Xi signal. And that is enabled. And then this one will only be enabled when it gets the Arcod signal, which it's not, so it'll currently be disabled. But one of these stations down here, you're going to check for Arcod Venom and output that signal. There we go. That way, there we go. That should now have enabled this. Yeah, when it says target full, it's just running. That is fine. So this one is going to be the Venom. And then this one down here doesn't... Well, is going to be for the arthropod blood. Arthropod blood, I don't currently have a use for. So that's going to be... Unfortunately, just kind of... accruing for a little while until we figure out what to do with it. But there we go. So that is arthropod blood, which we'll have to set up a sync for. And the Arcod Venom needs to come out. I'm actually going to do that like this. Of course. All right, there we go. That's Venom. And this needs to be hooked over here. There we go. Yeah, and right now all the Venom's just ending up in the pumps, I think. yes. But it will eventually. End up where we want it. All right, so that is those 2 renderings done. Oh, progress. We're so close to having all the stuff for Pi Science 2. We really are. All right. Twitch is telling me that it's ad break o'clock again, so I will go ahead and let the ad run. When I get back, honestly not sure. We'll figure it out. I guess we can keep working. We got to work on cottonguts. We've got basic substrate, sea sponge. We got builds to do. So we'll pick one and we'll get it done when we're back from the break. I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. Alright, welcome back. I realized what I need to do next. Because we've got bee slaughter going, we're gonna back up on chittens soon, so we have to start processing that. I was just contemplating, like, how do I want to avoid... Geothermal water is useful. Just not yet. The other thing that it turns into, of course, is carbolic oil. But we need middle oil for that. And, like, quite a bit of it. Looking at, you know, how much tar a second we need to refine, this is all of the middle oil, and, I mean, we're making slightly less, but basically all of the middle oil that's currently being used in our tar refining would get used for chitin processing if we wanted to do this recipe. So I don't think that's reasonable. I do think it has to go to geothermal water. And we have to... I mean, I hate to just void it, but... don't know if I can reliably do anything else with it. I don't... It's not that much power, right? Like... 6 megawatts. I mean, it's not nothing, but it's kind of nothing. Yeah, it's 1 steam engine's worth. And, like... yeah, there's lots of things that could use steam, but... and, like, eventually we might want geothermal water. So, like, that's fine. We'll put it on the system. Like, I think we'll convert the chitin to geothermal water. We'll put the geothermal water on rails. But we will also... yeah, it looks like the organic acid anhydride might be the only thing that needs it. But we'll also, for now, just void it. I think that's the thing to do, unfortunately. There we go. So this is what we're going to do. Do I have atomizers on the mall? That's a question. I do. I do have atomizers on the mall. There's none in the output right now. Because there's no nickel on the mall? Why am I like this? Yeah, I guess I don't put nickel on the mall. That's right. I remember having this discussion with myself during a previous stream. Alright, that's fine. I'll bring some nickel plates up to the mall, and we'll just hand feed that that crafter, and otherwise we can grab this this build. Let's see. Shopping list, export to blueprint, request chest, import blueprint, whoops, paste, rename you chitin sink, not to be confused with the kitchen sink, which is totally different. Chitin sink, there we go. And I'll just have to grab some nickel so that that machine can run a few times and actually craft up the atomizers that we need. And then input-wise, this is nice and easy. Yeah, this is just 2 stations, which I love to see. All right, here's nickel. And we will head over, grab what we need for this build. We'll get the chitin sink set up, and then we'll figure out... I mean, looking at the list, should probably do basic substrate. That's going to be a fairly large build, and we're going to want to give it some time to buffer. It's also going to be an annoying build, so I'm looking forward. Well, not really, but it'll be interesting to get that one set up for sure. Atomizer needs... All right, and that's the button I'm looking for. I think everything else we should... Oh, and there's a couple... Oh, we had some atomizers on the way already. Interesting. Didn't realize that. That's fine. They weren't here, so... I mean, in that case, let's make this, like... Cool. That should be... Yeah, there's our outfall. Cooling tower will come eventually. Atomizers are on the way. Yeah, I must have had some of them end up in Logi storage instead of... Oops. There we go. That's what I meant to do. And I'm just going to do this double scale. We've got plenty of capacity. Like doing 10 atomizers to sink the chitin will be fine. And then I will add a geothermal water output so that it's available to the base if we want to use it. But it's going to be such a small amount of it that I think just voiding it is going to be the better choice. All right, and I guess while we're waiting for those last couple of atomizers, we can... Did I design basic substrate yet? Is that a thing that I have done? There we go, substrate. Yes, all right. So, the question is, this will make 5 a second of the basic substrate, and we do need quite a lot of it. If I look at Unified Science again, our input for basic substrate is... Oh, I've got basic substrate on here still. Get rid of that. We need like 4 a second. So, I think this build is fine, but this build assumes... I lost it. Here it is. Basically, the issue is that these incubated petri dishes spoil in 45 seconds. You cannot put them on belts. They have to be done direct insertion. No question. So, what that means is that we need to be... however many, despite this saying like, oh, 20 of these microorganism mines to 1.75 automated factories, that's just not gonna happen. Instead, it's like, it's gonna be 20 to 1, or like 5 to 1. However many of these we can actually pack around one factory, that's gonna be our ratio. And then the cellulose, I think, lasts long enough, 10 minutes, that we can put it on a belt, next to the moss or whatever. But we got to get the incubated petri dishes figured out. So if we look at, let's see, I can build a few microorganism mines. If we just kind of find a spot to do a little bit of building here, we put down, this is going to be the thing that makes the actual substrate, right? And then the question is, how many of these microorganism mines can we fit around it, right? So like we do one there, there, there was kind of my thought for the design. And then each of these, if we think about having like a belt of input things coming through, we're going to have, a input inserter here, and, well, probably actually like 3 of them. 2 or 3 of them. Each of these is going to output and then we also need to have input and output handling on each of these for, they're going to have Petri dish inputs, right? But they also potentially are going to have expired Petri dish outputs that need to be dealt with. So those would be, we'll have this output belt up, and then we'll have, like, what I was thinking was kind of doing this sort of thing. And you can see how they connect there, right? And then we copy this, put 2 of them, copy, not cut, put 2 of them next to each other. There we go. So you can kind of see how these would tile with the output Petri dishes coming along, feeding back in this direction, right? Any spoiled Petri dishes. And then our actual outputs from these machines, which are not actually going to be at 2.85 a second, and, like, I need to do the math on, like, 0.25 means a little under half speed. 0.25 out of 0.58 is 0.431 times 2.85. These are going to make 1.2. All right, so that's still a blue outserter. So we're going to have a blue outserter into a box with a red to our actual output belt. And then we'll need to do some there we go. Something like that. Maybe even put this here. All right, so then, like, the inputs of these, and this is going to be hooked up to, we're going to have signal on all of these. So the inputs are, need to be signaled in, and these are going to be enabled only when basic substrate on the output is less than a stack, right? And then need to hook up all of them. There we go. So that would be... And then we'd have along the input here, we'd have moss on one side, and we'd have... we'd have... what's it called coming down the other side of this belt? Cellulose. And then the only other thing that I'm not sure about here is controlling cellulose production. And this is where I could say, maybe we don't do this here. Maybe we get a biofactory instead. So then this makes cellulose, right? And then we just have to deal with getting the right inputs to this. But this would still be the same gate, right? We'd turn on... Thanks, construction bot. You're so helpful. We'd turn on the inserter, right, when we want to make cellulose. Sorry, when we want to make basic substrate, we'd turn on the inserter. And then we'd have to do, you know, this kind of thing. Oh, these outputs need to be set to only the spoiled Petri dishes. Then this one would be set to biocrud. And then we'd have our inputs. I mean, probably what I would do is like this, right? This would be the cellulose inputs coming in. And then biocrud out. Would come back along here, and obviously this salt pipe is in the way right now to actually show that. But that could work. It does mean that we need a few more of these. And then the other question is, how do we get all of the I guess I just whitelist this to the basic substrate. And then we might have biocrud, and we might have... we might have biocrud, and we might have petri dishes that need to come out. And that is kind of the last thing that needs to be dealt with in this. If I take all of this... move this one over here. We can grab this part and do that. And then we can have an output here, which is biocrud and petri dishes, right? And then that does like that. And actually, think that should work. This is our output. This is our input. And then we need, with only 4 of these, if we want 20 microorganism mines worth of production, we need 5 of these modules for our basic substrate build. Okay. It's not fantastic, but it'll get the job done. I don't love having the extra buffers either, but that's just, I think, gonna happen. All right. Yeah, let's do that then, and I'm gonna go ahead and grab the shopping list for basic substrate. We're gonna import the, whoops, Control V, not Control F, Brennan. Import that blueprint. We're gonna call this substrate. And then we need to change, because we have 5 of these modules, we're going to need more biofactories and more automated factories. There we go. So that should be everything that we need for this build. And I'm gonna, let's actually make a blueprint. Cool. Oh, I missed a couple of things on this, but that's okay. We'll fix it when we actually build it. So we've got the basic substrate blueprint now. Excellent. We can take this all apart. And let's head back into the bot zone. Uh-oh. I don't make microorganism mines. Alright, well, the bots can craft them all, so I'm gonna leave it to the bots to get the crafting for that done while we work on other things, and then we'll come back to a bunch of microorganism mines that we can just drop in place later on. Probably the same with the Yadel cultures, yeah. How are we doing on... We have no more. Oh. Yeah, this is running as fast as it can, which is not fast enough. And there was something else that I wanted to check on, but I don't know what it was. So that's cool. All right, while the bots are delivering that stuff for the other build, so we've got a Chitin Void, and we've got our basic substrate builds that we've got everything in our inventory for. If we go back to Unified Science, I mean, you can see our remaining builds are just getting smaller and smaller and smaller, right? Something I want to think about is whether it makes sense to centralize Vrock cocoons entirely. Right now I'm making some cocoons as part of my Vrock build. Yeah, I've got 4 reproductive complexes doing that. I guess the only reason to do that is it does get rid of the trash slot from the Vrock build. I don't know if that matters. I don't think that's worth messing with, honestly. And then Formamide is a quick build. We don't have methanol figured out yet. Formamide actually loops methanol. So, like, we have to make one quick methanol build just to have it available. Maybe this one. Like, we don't need to make a ton, right? We can probably make one of these methanol reactors and set this up on rails, because this will otherwise loop itself. And then ammonia we've already got, CO2 we've already got. So this is really easy to just set up in the system. This is like 2 train stations and a fluidized bed reactor for Formamide. Sea sponges, again, it's like 1 building worth of sea sponges that we need. Cotton guts is actually a pretty big build. This is a big cotton gut build. We're going to have to double check if we have enough cotton gut studs, because this is slightly bigger than our current cotton guts. We can actually check that while the bots are still delivering my moss to me. I at one point did have extra stud processing, but it's not like... It looks like I just turned off the stud processing. If I just put an inserter back to this, does this turn back on? Well, fish eggs are broken, so no, it doesn't, because it can't get fish eggs anymore. That's unfortunate. I can retrieve some of these studs. How many cotton gut machines do I have? 14 there. 2 reproductive complexes. So the 2 reproductive complexes is still right, but I need 5 more Prandium labs. So I've got 1 fully saturated here. That's 20 modules. 20 modules. So I've only got like 3 labs worth of modules. So I do have to get... Shoot. Alright, I didn't really think about that. So I'll need to set up a cotton gut stud breeder, unfortunately. We'll be smarter about it instead of this whole like feeding fish eggs from my old fish build thing. We'll do something a little bit saner. But yeah, we'll use this recipe and we'll set it up so that we only make them when they're necessary. We'll figure out that build in YAFC when we need to. I don't think we need to do it now. Microorganism mines are still, yeah, just being supplied by the bots, so that's going to take a minute before they turn on. But when we come back, we can collect those. Okay, let's go do our chitin void first, and then we'll start working on the big substrate build. And then we've got to set up a cotton gut stud breeder. Unfortunately, we need that before we can do the full cotton guts on rails build. And then after that, sea sponge, rock cocoon, and then we do, of course, have more components that aren't in the to-do list yet. Okay, I need to decide where I want to do the chitin void, because it's probably pretty dangerously close to backed up. Oh, that's funny, actually. The chitin's coming in on the other side, so we have time for it to buffer. We do still need to deal with it, though. And arthropod blood is also going to be a problem eventually. I don't think we've gotten any shells yet. Probably not. We probably haven't even gotten our first delivery of Zais. You know, one of these can more than supply what we need as far as Arcod Venom, like, to the system. It's just a matter of, like, you know, obviously getting 25,000 for a train full might be tight, so we will probably be telling some things to use smaller trains, right? Just like I did here, where I set the train limit to only 2 stacks. We will use a lower request threshold for some of the fluids involved. Alright, yeah, Zais did turn back on. But we are not quite to 2 stacks of them yet. But that's fine. And then Yadels are... yeah, slowly accumulating. But I think I was just looking up here and I said that they weren't ready yet. No, we don't have the circuit board input for that. Circuits should be working better again. We should be pushing... this should be less active, and we should be pushing a lot more glass into circuits. Yes. So the circuit build is at least running full speed, but, like, it's constantly being interrupted by one thing or another, right? So there's always something going wrong with it. I should probably... interesting. Oh, this isn't getting stone. Ooh. That scares me. Well, actually, maybe that's fine. It only gets stone. It was getting stone that was the byproduct stone previously in the base. And there's just not that much byproduct stone as old systems have been replaced. So yeah, those old copper zinc battery build is going to eventually turn off completely, and will stop the supply of... it'll stop the potential supply of circuits from that oldest of circuit builds. But that is honestly fine. Okay, I'm going to go ahead, and I think right here, we're going to go ahead and build our chitin sink. Because the chitin void is just one input and a fluid output plus some voidy bits, it's super easy to build. And of course, we hit all right, so solid drop off. Our requests here are chitin and fiber, and this can be a low priority station. Beautiful. And then, right, I made 10 atomizers, which is more than enough. We're going to have like a chitin in one of these. And on the other, we will have fiber. And that will feed our atomizers. Doing geothermal water. I'm gonna put 2. How much do they actually use for fuel? Yeah, I think it's a small enough amount of fuel that they're gonna be fine without it, but whatever. Inserters are cheap. Inserters are usually cheap when I have them. All right. So that'll be all of these guys. And then that geothermal water all goes into a regenerative heat exchanger with burner and some fiber. All right. So if we grab the burner, put it like here. Burner. And regenerative heat exchanger. Which hopefully connected. Not sure. Hopefully connected. Making steam from geothermal water. And then that steam goes into a cooling tower. Did I not request a cooling tower? Oh, there it is. And then that goes right into a void, if I can find a spot for it. And I think it's going to have to be all the way up there. All right. I think that's it. I think that's it. It would help if I got my requests to be the actual amounts of things that we want to bring over. And there we go. That's 1, which I assume is going to get chitin. And then the other one is going to get fiber, and I'm not sure what the state of fiber really is right now. If there is enough feeding into the base for lower priority things to get it. If not, I'm going to actually have to tweak this so that we have a station control. Let me actually just do that. CyberSyn station control. I always have to double check how to do this. If a station control combinator receives a priority signal as input, it will apply that priority to each cargo signal it is receiving. Any non-zero cargo signal given will override the station's request thresholds. And of course, I always forget if that works in stack mode or not. Oh, but this is getting a load, so maybe it's okay. Maybe it's okay. Okay, so we need a bunch more gray inserters. So let's just go and grab those. I think gray inserters are just not in my requests for whatever reason. They should be. I think at one point I was thinking to myself, I just won't use these anymore ever. And that has turned out to be a colossal just lie. I use them all the time still, because they're cheap. All right. So that's oh, I didn't put the Chitin Void on my to-do list, so it doesn't actually have a... Oh, right. I wanted to have this be on an overflow so that we would still output... yeah. I can add the output later if I need it. No, I should do it now. Otherwise, I'm going to end up using that available train station spot for something else. And then I'll be sad when I realize that I need geothermal. So, fluid pickup. This needs to be on an overflow. And then... Otherwise... Actually, we're going to go out this side, so... I think... There we go. So those will get all the geothermal. Basically, yeah. That'll get all the geothermal until it's full, and then the rest of it will overflow to the void. And we currently have no uses for geothermal on rails, but it will just be here when I need it. All right. So the next thing... Let's get basic substrate done, and I guess I can do it right here. There's no reason why not. So basic substrate, if I look at the build, is just one solid input, but it's two outputs, right? Because we do potentially have biocrud that we need to void. So that's 3 stations, which unfortunately is more than fits on one segment. So we are going to have to do 2 segments out here. And it looks like we can clean out some old power poles, which were just used for radar, I think. All right. So input to this, well, let's grab our blueprint and let's think about, because this is actually a pretty big build, having 5 of these. So we can stamp this down. And there were a couple of things that I needed to fix. One is we didn't have the biocrud output going all the way through. And same with the input of wood and sodium hydroxide. And then 2, was there something else that we needed to fix? Right, this needs to filter output right to the biocrud. And then output left would be empty Petri dishes returning, which is this line here is the Petri dish return. Okay. I think that's all that needed to change, so we just need to stamp down 5 of these. And then I think this whole thing is probably too close. Yeah, let's cut it before they build any more. Stop building. So that'll be the build of the whole thing. Cool. All right, so let's get our input station set up on this end, and then that will feed kind of, you know, into the whole rest of the build. All right, so what are the things that need to come in to this station? Petri dishes, logs, sodium hydroxide, and stone. All right. Petri dishes, logs, singular. Sodium hydroxide and stone. Stone? Stone. All right. So, Petri dishes are going to be on their own belt, and that's going to feed all of the microorganism mines. Stone needs to go to moss, which there's a lot of. We'll think about that in a minute. And then the logs need to feed into 2 wood processing units. Oh, of course, it's 2. And then that goes along with the sodium hydroxide, which is, yeah, 2.25 a second. So we're going to have, that's going to be, sorry, losing my mind here. Let's do it up here. Sodium hydroxide. And then it's only 1.5 a second log. So we'll take that here. Log. That will feed our 2 of these guys. Output like that. And then that will merge with this, I think is how I'm going to do it. There we go. So that's the input for sodium hydroxide, which is this top one here. So let's actually connect this here like this, because I think we can work with this now. Now this output, I'm going to be cheeky with, and we're actually going to feed this right back in here. This will be any spoiled petri dishes, and by feeding them right back in, what that basically just means is it'll affect our requests from Rails, but it means we don't have to, like, mess with our petri dish logic otherwise. Now, output of petri dishes. Will come right in here. There we go. That'll be petri dishes in. And then the actual basic substrate is coming out on this end, and we'll take care of that in a second. Let's see, we don't need these ones here. And up at this end, this is the last one of these, so it can feed in like that. And we don't have this coming through at all. Don't have this coming through at all. All right. So that's the end. And the end of moss as well is here. Okay. So here's our output. And we'll hook this up to, we'll have that hooked up in a second. Let's grab a solid pickup here. This is going to be the biocrud. I'll just hook that right up off of the end, actually, here. That'll be all of our biocrud. We shouldn't have that much, so I'll just drop a couple blue inserters and assume that that's enough. And then we have another solid pickup here. And this one will be for our actual basic substrate, which at 5 a second is just 2 blues. Okay. These guys need... Oh, I need, like, everything to make a bunch of stuff. All right. We can, I think, turn on this end. I'm trying to be careful not to turn on the whole build, because it's just going to make a bunch of biocrud initially until, like, everything else is ready to go. But what this should be able to do is start saturating all the belts as this gets requests in. And then how much stone needs to be output? Ooh, like 4 a second. Okay. Let's take this down here. I'm actually going to take the return. I just need a little more space to work. We're going to take the return of petri dishes back up here. And then all of this can go over 1. And then we're going to have a stone output right next to it, except with blue outserters that are filtered for stone. And this is what's going to feed our moss. Moss is 13 moss farms. That's actually not that big. And I have this set to use the stone, muddy sludge, and CO2 recipe. Yes. Oh, Twitch is telling me that it is ad break o'clock again. So we will let that run. When we come back, we'll finish the moss setup for this. It's nothing folks haven't seen before. I've done moss lots of times. But, yeah, we'll get that done. And then, After that, I think we're gonna... Honestly, I'm not sure. One of these things. Maybe the stud breeder. So yeah, we'll take care of that right after the ad break. I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. Okay, welcome back. We got, it looks like most of our deliveries while this was running, so we just have to get, these moss machines sorted out. and this will be ready to turn on. I'm going to give it a little bit of time for all the inputs to like fully saturate, and then we'll turn it on all at once. And that should let us... It's all 13. That is 12. Should have one more in me. Yep, there we go. All right. So that's all 13 of those. We're actually going to go ahead and I'm going to put them like... I mean, I guess I can do them right here. Disabled this request and all the moss got trashed. Good thing I was not in logistics range. Okay. Oh, of course, they all need to be one higher. Eh? Did I mess it up again? How am I so bad at this? There we go. Jeez. All right, and then they also need a stone input, and we're actually just going to sneak that belt right in here and feed their stone right here. Oop, apparently I need more long-handed inserters. Lovely. But yeah, oop, and more belts. Jeez, I need more of everything. All right. So yeah, the stone will come out here. Hook in there. Now, if I go ahead and grab copper wire and disconnect these links. There we go. So now the moss is isolated from this, so I can turn the moss on. Again, I want... I want this system to be fully saturated before I turn it on. So like we've got sodium hydroxide coming through, we've got... obviously, petri dishes slowly but surely coming through and filling up the belts, saturating. Oh, I didn't set the recipe here for wood. We'll have wood shortly coming in. Oh, I'm an idiot. This is not moss. This is moss. This is... ugh. Okay. Fine. I'll fix it. Won't enjoy it, but I'll fix it. It doesn't really matter if, like... There we go. That's moss in. This is... Oh, and this is in the wrong place, too. Well, I'm glad that I'm, like, getting all these bugs early. Before something, like, really breaks. Cool. That, I mean, hopefully is all the bugs. You never know, but... And then I'm gonna have to go grab some long-handed inserters, a bunch of belts to get all this hooked up. But let's finish getting moss going first. So we're gonna have... This is easy. Like, CO2 drops are just fantastic. I love them so much. And then the muddy sludge is just one washer and one... Alright, that should be the muddy sludge. And that's CO2. So we're just gonna get the stone hooked up. And then we need to grab our microorganism mines. Obviously, that's gonna take a hot minute to get all the mines that we need. Which, at the moment, is 17. We'll switch that to a request for 17. Alright, let's head back to base, and let's grab what we can. Hopefully, the base has had a chance to build at least a few microorganism mines, although somehow I doubt it. And then I can also grab the stuff that I needed stuff for more stations. Yeah, circuits, steel, and iron. Alright, that's a few more stations. I needed belts. The belts will eventually bring me some, but I can do it on my own. And how many of these are on the way? 11 of them. That's actually pretty good. I can make a couple more. That's 13. We need 4 more. I need stone brick. Okay. Oops. Ooh, wow. I'm impressed that our small parts are moving this fast, but I guess that does happen from time to time. Ah, dang. Alright. Well, 13 plus 11 is 14. I do have the stuff to make 3 more. Okay, I'm just gonna have to handcraft all the small parts because the base is busy. Yeah, we just gotta wait for those remaining microorganism mines to make their way to me. Two more. And hopefully they didn't get sent, like, too far afield to charge. That's the problem, is it's really hard to know. I need to get more chargers in this area, for sure. Do we have some built yet? We do. Oh yeah, we have a bunch. Cool. So I can just like plop these down around here, right? Like, well, besides that it doesn't want to build on water. Like, if this is the area where we need a bunch of them, and then we'll need some more kind of along here. And then, you know, up here, let's drop a couple. You know, we want to be, again, trying to keep the area near where the bots always are, so that they don't have to wander away to these, like, charging stations way the heck over here, right? Because that's why it takes so long for me to get all my stuff sometimes, is like there'll be a bot bringing me something and then it gets sent halfway across the world to charge. So these charging stations will hopefully help a lot with our, like, average delivery times. You know, I can't say that they'll totally fix it, but it'll help. Trying to see if I can find that last microorganism mine delivery, like where that bot might be coming from. Fortunately, I don't really see it. Oh, there it is. Oh, it's way up there. And it looks like it's en route to charge somewhere. Yeah. It got redirected to charge, and there wasn't a good charger nearby. Hopefully it's just coming to this one. And it should deliver my thing as soon as it charges. There we go. Cool. So I think, hopefully I've got everything I need to, we can delete this now, to finish basic substrate over here, and then we can check in on some of the other builds and see how close we're actually getting to them all, like, turning on. I want to make sure Zais are going well. I would ideally like to see some shells in, oops, that's too far. See some shells in animal processing. That would be cool. Alright, so this will finally turn on moss. Yeah. So it's going to take a minute for moss to turn on and to saturate this belt, and I do want to see that saturated before I plug this in. But this is otherwise built, and I think we can leave it as is for now. Zais are slowly running. Yeah. Somehow I doubt we've gotten a delivery of them yet. Yeah, products finished 0. So we have not yet gotten a delivery of Xiaphos. That's okay. Then Chitin is, yeah, has been drained significantly, and right now we're just voiding it, and that sucks. But it will get the job done. Okay. What is else in the... What is else? Geez. What else is in our to-do list here? Okay, we do have nexelit being processed. That's huge. And we've actually almost got our first full train load of it. Oh, I never, whoops. Yeah, that's not going to work, right? These guys, of course, are still slow, which means that this production is not going to be up to snuff yet. But that is fine. I'm going to assume that we have not managed to make any more of these. Oh, we've got 3 more, actually. All right. So yeah, they're going to keep happening in the background, kind of as is possible. I think we need 7 of them total more. Yes. So in theory, I could actually grab the 4 that are in the broken nexelit build and get this one turned all the way on. Maybe I'll do that. Where am I? Get rid of that. Okay. Let's do that. Let's just get that nexelit turned all the way on so I don't have to think about it anymore. And then this will still make a few more, and I will use them to turn the old nexelit back on, because I do want it to run as best it can. But, like, realistically, it's going to run intermittently at best for the foreseeable future. Actually, since that is running on worker food from the belt base, and we're going to be turning off belt-based science, I'm not sure how much longer that can keep running in that state without some adjustments. All right, there we go. So this should just about double our oh, look at that. Now we're pulling meat in, which means these guys are going to get faster. And that's what I wanted to see, right? Yeah. And, like, yes, it's going to spoil again, but that's fine. You know, they'll do their best to run off of meat when they can. Otherwise, it'll run off of jerky, and that works fine for me. But that means that this will be running more consistently. And then down here at processing, this is scaled to be able to run off of a full belt, and obviously that's not a full belt without this here. Not that that really matters. And then this guy, ooh, is going to go off somewhere, probably to iron nexelit antimony special alloy. Although maybe somewhere else. We do have other nexelit destinations. I guess I could check. Iron nexelit antimony special alloy. Do you have train with this stop? Yes, you do, and it's the train that I'm watching. All right, and we're in this train, so we'll just go for this ride. I enjoy an occasional train ride. One of the downsides of how my rails have been built with these big interchanges is that when you're riding the rails, you really don't see the builds. Like, you have to be zoomed out pretty far just to be able to see any of the actual factory. You just see all the tracks going this way. All right, and this should turn on, finally, this build. Yeah. And then this thing is going to start sucking down a lot of liquid fuel, so once it starts running steady state, I'm very curious how well it's going to be able to run. But there we go. We have output. So it's going to take a while before that starts to build up here. But that is, I don't think I have a to-do list task for that anymore. I think I considered it quote-unquote done, even though it wasn't quite. Yes. Basic substrate is done. All right, so we still have mechanical parts to do. We have the cottongut stud breeder, and then cottonguts on rails, sea sponge, rock cocoon. What else is in the unified science thing still? Formamide, biosamples. I'm just going to start recording all of these things as to-do list items. Formamide, biosample, Xiophos and Archods we're rendering, so that's done. Primers. Wait, we're not doing laboratory instruments yet. Did I actually do that build? Did I, like, do that when I wasn't thinking and forget when I wasn't thinking? Am I ever thinking? No, we only have one machine doing laboratory instruments. I did, I think, upgrade glass to be able to output the... Yes. Although I didn't actually hook up the output belt, which is funny. So we make optical sets, but we don't make laboratory instruments yet. Okay. Good catch, Brandon. So we'll need to do laboratory instruments. That's not too bad. That's just like one factory machine with a bunch of inputs to it. Yeah, this says that it would run only 0.46 automated factories, so I'll just set it to 1 and we'll let it go. So laboratory instruments need to get added to my to-do list. Biosample primers, retrovirus. DNA polymerase. Good alien samples. And then do good alien samples need... Those are going to bring in the Archod venom, a bunch of other things. But it doesn't look like we need anything... Yeah. Just make bone meal on site from bones. There we go. Sorry. So that was good alien sample is on the list. Casein. Poor alien samples. Plasmids. Automation science. Pi Psi 1. Logi-Sci. There was one other thing that I don't... Oh, no, I put it into the Pi Psi 2 build, didn't I? The flavonoids. Yeah. I was like, I thought there was something else. So in theory, if I go through this, like, all of this inputs, I should see that we have all of it, right? Every one of these things is being made somewhere. So yeah, that is the remainder of the builds. I didn't put microfiber here because I kind of think that I'm going to do it as part of the Good Alien Sample build. I mean, it's also used in filtration media, but I already have it on site for filtration media, so we may as well just do it on site here. We don't need that much of it for Good Alien Samples. Cool. And then it looks like we could actually set up the Automation Science build and the Pi Science Pack 1 build. Logi size still needs a few more inputs, some of which are common inputs. Oof. Plasmid's build is going to stink to get set up. That's going to be more incubated petri dish nonsense around a biofactory. I'm not sure exactly what the ratio is. It's probably close to 3 to 1. 1 incubated petri dish in 8 seconds, and this makes 1 incubated petri dish in 20 seconds. So yeah, a little bit less than 3 to 1, of course. So I think running these at 2 to 1, and I'll probably actually do 2 of these at 2 to 1 is the better way to do it. And that's just because the if you're making too many incubated petri dishes, then they start decaying in the input, and it messes things up. Whereas if we're limited by our incubated petri dishes, then they are not going to be decaying, and it's just that it processes cleaner. I hope. That's the theory anyway. Cool. All right. I guess I should make planter boxes separately, because I do need planter boxes for like bootstrapping plants and things like that, so I'll want them on rails on their own, I guess. So we'll figure out a planter box build that's like slightly larger than this. We'll scale it to like what's yeah, so we can scale it to like 6, maybe 6 planter box assemblers and 3 making empty planter boxes. Yeah, because empty planter boxes aren't used, but planter boxes are used for various things that we might want in the future. Yeah, we're going to need them for guar, we're going to need them for a bunch of new plants in the short term, so I think we should just get them set up. We don't need a hugely bigger build than this, but slightly bigger. Yeah. So we'll do that as a separate spot, and then Automation Science Pack. So let's add planter boxes to the list. So this is it. This is, in theory, everything we have left to do for Pi Science 2. It is 20 things, if you actually including the science packs. And we're going to get a couple more of them done today at least. I think we can do mechanical parts, no problem. And like several of these are fast builds. So we're going to get all of this stuff knocked out shockingly quickly, I think. Oh wow, we are out of we are burning through fuel. Which is good and all, but yikes. Yeah, I knew this was going to be fuel hungry, but I am impressed at just how fuel hungry. Let me find... Where's oil processing? Yeah. Because this is what spits this out. So we must have, yeah, only 14,000. What is this backed up on? Not quite backed up on naphtha. Coke oven gas. Okay. Oh no. I didn't even think that was possible. We have too much hot air. Okay. So we're going to have to start thinking about how do we void that coke oven gas outside of hot air. It's a fluid, Brennan. I think I can, well, we can void it. There's the coke oven to syngas and flue gas recipe. Turn it to soot. Soot processing is a pain. Outlet gas? What can I do with outlet gas? Make outlet gas stage 2. Which I can't do anything with right now. I can make refined syngas with it at coke processing 3, but that's not until blue science. Okay. So, maybe we just burn it? We can burn it to ash, or to flue gas, and then flue gas to ash, I guess, would be the process. And we do have ash voids on the base, so it's not the end of the world to do something like that. Because, yeah, we are just sucking up all of our fuel here. Like... Where do we make diesel? Thanks, that's not helpful, game. Diesel doesn't have aromatics. That should be basically impossible. It's very quiet down here at tar processing, where we're full on naphthalene. Okay. What do I use naphthalene for? Organic solvent is probably where I'm using it right now. Is that the only place? Do I need a naphthalene sink? Because we get it from... Yeah, pitch to coke, tar refining tops. Okay. Yeah, we got organic solvent here, which probably is full, and that's fine. So I think, yeah, down at tar processing, we need to overflow naphthalene and do the naphthalene to aromatics. So let's find our tar processing here. Nope, that's coal. And then if we take... Oh yeah, look at this. I have it in the sheet, but this is not my original sheet. I was messing with things. So anyway, we need 2 DDCs to turn naphthalene into aromatics and even more coke that we have to deal with. And I guess I just didn't set that up? No, that's set up. No, this is light oil. Okay. Yeah, I just don't have it set up. Okay. Let's get that set up then. That's making 14 coke a second there. These guys make 5, 10, 12 and a half. I'm trying to think where I can even insert. I'll take the opportunity to switch this to a stack inserter based thing as well. Let's add a request for 2 destructive distillation columns. And we'll go add that step to our tar processing. The overflow of naphthalene to more aromatics. Because that'll get our fuels up and running again. What else do I want to grab while I'm here? I have enough stack inserters, I think, to do the stack inserter drop-off thingy. I don't think I need anything else. Not to go fix tar processing real quick. All right, tar processing. Let's get you fixed. So, here's naphthalene. Let's get an overflow valve here. Yep, I is greater than 80. That is overflow. Aromatics and coke from naphthalene. Okay. The aromatics are going to come off. Where is aromatics output? Down here. Oh, right. I also wanted to rebuild this station, so let's do that before I forget. No, I don't want to take the station because I don't want to accidentally copy and paste the station name. Let me try that again without getting the station. There we go. All right. That looks good. Oh, and that means that each of these can now run on, yeah, fewer inserters, which means that I'll be able to, I will have a place to feed the output of this as well into this station, which is good. All right, so each of these makes 1.5 a second. That is just like that. And then we'll do aromatics. Actually, that was stupid. I just ran right past an aromatics pipe. Let's be less stupid. There we go.
Did you hear that? Like something just exploded. Man, we are in a lot of danger. This is like Christmas. No, it's better than Christmas. This should be its own holiday. Explosion Day.
I really need a shorter raid sound. Thank you, Raygard, for the raid. Really appreciate it. Welcome, welcome, raiders. So we are, well, we're fixing tar processing because I'm 300 hours in and I still break tar processing. But we are dangerously close to PyScience 2 on this base. So that's what we're pushing towards. This is the to-do list for PyScience 2. Several of these are just rebuilds from stuff that's already on the base, and most of them are very small builds either way. So, yeah, that is the goal today, is to get as close to that PyScience 2 as we can. Yeah, of course. Go get away from screens. I know the feeling. All right, that should help a little bit with this. I set this on an overflow valve, right? Yes. Yeah. I think it's going to take a little while for this to, like, work through its backlog. But that should get all the rest of this turned on, which means we're going to be making gasoline again. We're making aromatics again. Those aromatics will feed back into diesel production. So I think we're okay. Hopefully this will get liquid fuels running again. Because I'm pretty sure my iron nexelit antimony special alloy has... Oh, no. Has not quite sucked up all of our... Oh, it's sucked up all the nexelit. That's what it's done. But yeah, this has been sucking up all of our fuels. Yeah, there's no liquid fuel on rails right now. So This needs to be running. I don't know if there's much I can do to turn bitumen processing back on, honestly. That is this build. Yeah, that's currently blocked on coke oven gas. And it's very close to blocked on naphtha, which is kind of the primary product of this whole build. So, like, if we're not pulling naphtha, then there's not a lot we can do with our oil processing over there. So yeah, this definitely needs to turn back on and be able to provide gasoline and diesel again. All right, and hopefully we did get, yeah, there's a train requesting aromatics, and I'm hopeful that that is going to diesel. Am I lucky? Is that where it's going? Yes. Okay, good. The system works. Did I even put this on my to-do list? I didn't. All right, our next build is mechanical parts. I do have this in the existing belt base up in the mall, but it's a really crummy mechanical parts build. You can see them there. And it's not sufficiently scaled for what we're going to need for Pi Science 2. So we're going to have to rebuild it. Ooh, 2 trains. Ash and ash. Okay, that's fine. I think I can change... Wait, just a second. I looked this up. I think it's a map setting for Project CyberSyn. Stuck train timeout. Yeah, let's, like, triple that.
Space.
Hopefully that fixes some of the... Whoops. Some of the issues with CyberSyn being sad about how long it takes to load and unload 20,000 ash from a train. And DVZ... Thank you so much for the follow. Let me just take care of getting you on the Wall of Fame before I forget about it. And then we can grab, we'll grab our shopping list for making mechanical parts, and we'll get that build done. How many Z's? 3 of them. Boom. Welcome to the Wall of Fame. Thank you so much for the follow. Okay, shopping list for mechanical parts. Welcome to where I spend most of my time playing Pyanodon's Yafsi. This is the mechanical parts build. We don't need the alloys to be made. We have those as separate builds. So our inputs are, let's just make sure that I really do think I have all this stuff available. Fish oil, yes. Rubber, yes. Vitrolloy, yes. Coke, of course. Plastic, batteries, quartz ore, simple circuit boards, titanium plate, iron plate, glass, steel, iron nexelit antimony special alloy, solder, copper plate, duralumin, tinned cable. Tinned cable, no. We want to do that on site. Oh, or do we... If I do tinned cable off site, then I can upgrade it eventually to this molten recipe. But that's blue science. That's a long ways away. And we will probably upgrade this build between now and then, so we'll do it on site for now. There we go. Copper cable, tinned copper cable. That's fine. Small parts are being made, and copper plate. All right, this looks good. We do have all of the right inputs for this. So let's grab shopping list, export to blueprint, requester chest. This is my ridiculous way of getting YAFC things into my... let's get out of Logibot range real quick. Because what I can do is I import this blueprint string. Now I have this shopping list. I can assign this to a logistic group. And if someone knows a better way to get YAFC into my Logi requests here, I'd love to hear it. And then I just add a new section with the request. And now the Logibots can bring me my shopping list from YAFC. Okay. The bots should have everything we need to get this done. Yeah. Oh, they're going to bring me extra factories because I already have those in my requests. That's okay. All right, the bots are going to bring that stuff. What else is kind of on my to-do list here? Cottongut stud breeder. Yes, that should be pretty quick. My old cottongut stud breeding setup here is the old cottongut stud breeder was hooked up to my old fish setup, which is long gone, which means that it can't get fish eggs anymore that you need for the studs. So we're gonna have to get this set up on rails, and I guess cottongut food. I hadn't really considered whether cottongut food should be its own build separate from the cottonguts. I've done Oh, we don't need cottongut food for our cottonguts, only for the studs? Is that true? That is true. It's true for now. It looks like upgrading them, there were recipes that use it. Okay. So we might want to do... Ooh. Do I have starch on rails yet? That's a whole thing. We might need to get starch going. I'm not sure if I have fiberboard. Yikes. I completely missed that input. No, surely I must. Because I'm making rock food, right? Doesn't rock food need starch? No, rock food doesn't use starch. Yeah, that's my only starch in the whole factory, is this ancient cottongut setup. Wow, okay. Yeah, and that does come down... Oh, it's used in worker food too. Okay. That's funny. But I don't need it... Again, I only need it for the cottongut studs. Yeah. I need the food. Okay, well, we're gonna have to think about that. That is not the thing that I want to be working on right now. What I want to be working on right now is getting mechanical parts going. So we're going to do that. It looks like I've got everything I need. Yes. Get rid of some stuff that's in my inventory. Yeah, let's grab a few more orange inserters just so I have them. Like a few more blues if they're available too. They are. Okay, that looks pretty good. Twitch is telling me that it is just about ad break o'clock. I do just run an ad break once an hour to keep pre-roll ads and other mid-roll ads disabled, which does mean that it is a slightly longer ad break. I usually will step away and get a little bit more water, stretch my legs while that runs. So you won't miss anything during the break, and I do encourage you to also get some water, stretch your legs, take care of yourself as a human. And when the ad break comes back, we'll get this mechanical parts build going. All right. There are, according to Twitch, about 30 seconds left in the ad break, but I will just start working on some of the rail bits that we have to have for this build. And then as soon as Twitch says the ad is fully over, we can get into the meat of it. All right, and Twitch says the ad is fully over. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for sticking around. I appreciate it. Okay. So the thing with this build is that it has a lot of inputs. And what I'm kind of inclined to do is for each of these places where we're making one thing, you know, We just have one machine for brakes. We have one machine for control panels. We have one machine for gearboxes, one for utility boxes. Well, technically two, well, three for utility boxes, but we'll figure that out. You know, each of these could just be one station, right? That's inputting the things that are needed just for that build. Six things, because ceramic's going to be brought in separately. So yeah, 6 is the most things coming in one place. And I think we can handle that in a single station. Shafts obviously are a pain. They have a bunch of we need a lot of shaft factories. Sorry, that's the word I'm looking for. But, and then again, the utility box is going to be a little weird because we have to get the tinned cable built. But I think otherwise, these will all be fine. So that's what I'm going to do, is I'm just going to have a station. The train will drop off all the things that are needed for that specific... Ooh, gearboxes also need fish oil, so that'll be a separate station for the fish oil delivery. That's fine, too. And then, yeah, we'll get trains delivering sort of all of those, all of these things, and then we'll feed each of them out to the actual mechanical parts build, which will also need to bring in its own steel, small parts, and rubber, in addition to the 5 things that we're making elsewhere. And, you know, shafts need to feed into gearboxes. There's a few little things that we need to do to piece it all together. But I think that's what we're going to do. So let's get started on that. So what this does mean in my normal solid drop-off station here, clean up some of the unnecessary signals. Normally I have my request threshold set to 20 stacks, and I request things in multiples of 3. But like if we're going to make breaks here, and we are going to make breaks here, we're going to need... You can see there are, well, 7 inputs. One of them is ceramic. That is made separately. So we need 6 things. So which means that we can only request up to 2 stacks of each thing. Which means that we want our request threshold to be a little bit lower. I'm going to set it to 10. And that means we won't ever request less than half a train worth of stuff. I think that's fine. And then we're going to have to get all of our requests in for breaks. So copper plate. Again, these are at 20 stacks. If you haven't used CyberSyn before, it needs negative numbers indicate requests. Positive numbers indicate what it can provide. So we need to request all of the inputs duralumin, vitrolloy, and small parts. And what this should do is it'll get a full train load the first time of all of these things, and then it'll just top it up with half train loads once the system is kind of running. And I think that at sort of our demand for these things, that should work fine. You know, obviously it's nice to run full trains whenever we can, because running trains more often slows things down. But... so this should already have, yeah, 3 trains assigned that are going to start bringing things in. And then the last ingredient for this Here, I'm just going to do like that. And then the last ingredient is the ceramic. So we do have to get that going. That's one high-pressure furnace, and ceramic is only used in brakes, according to YAFC, yes. So that's one inserter worth of ceramic. We need coke. I'm gonna have to figure out where to request the coke. It'll have to come in on one of the other requester stations, basically, because this one's full. It only has... I can only fit 6 items in one station. So we'll bring the coke in from another thing. And then our 2 clay pits... Ooh, which do have poop chutes. Okay. So yeah, let's do it like... there and there. Did not realize that they also need power. All right. And then steam. So that's a boiler. The only steam is just for these guys. Yes. And some water coming in. All right, and then this won't fully turn on again. I need to pull coke from somewhere. Cool. And now we can do the next one. It's going to be basically this for each of the components as we go. So that was brakes. The next one is control panels. Sure. Again, a solid drop-off station. Again, an assembler. And we need to set our threshold lower to 10 stacks and put in the things that control panels need. So that's simple circuits, iron plates, glass, batteries, and quartz ore. And that is 5 things, so we do have room here for a 6th, so I'm going to go ahead and add the coke to this one. And then, how much coke? Oh, it's only 0.1 coke a second up to the ceramic. So we'll just take 1 outserter here, filtered for the coke. And we'll get that sent up there. Oops, hitting the wrong buttons. It kind of needs to end up like here, doesn't it? Oh, and that goes through. Beautiful. Okay. This is far from the worst spaghetti that I have built in my rail base, so I will take it. Okay. And then... yeah, these need to be turned on. This is making control panels. All right. And this should have been issued at least 1 request. More will come. It'll figure it out. I mean, all of these things should be pretty readily available. Yeah, and we can see this still wants vitrolloy, glass, and duralumin are the 3 things that it hasn't gotten deliveries of yet. Yeah, 3 trains with this stop. Once these are loaded, I'll change the train limits back down to 1, but having larger train limits early on is helpful just to get the whole system moving, so we all don't have to sit around and wait for a million trains. All right. So the next thing, gearboxes. Okay. No, actually, gearboxes need shafts as an input. So let's do utility boxes. All right, so what does this need? Copper, iron, plastic, simple circuit boards, and tin, because we do have to make the tinned cable. And that request threshold has to keep getting reset. Iron plates is... This is going to be a major strain on my base, turning on this build, obviously. I'm expecting some things to fall over, maybe in the short term, especially while things buffer. But in the steady state, hopefully, it won't be too bad. Okay. That is everything this needs. We can plug that station in. And then we got to make copper cable... and then tinned copper cable. Okay. And that's just 2 more of these machines. The question is just like, can I get these positioned in a way so like I can put this one here for the tinned, right? And that'll bring in, you know, like that. But then we can't quite fit the copper cable assembler in. I guess I could move this one over, because everything else is in pretty low quantities. So, like, if I run this one, like, here... American Potato! Hello, hello. How's it going? What was this? Tinned copper cable. Right. Yeah, because now I can do like that. Troubleshooting WSL. Yeah, that sounds like no fun. And then I think I'm going to want these to be yellows, just to make sure I have the throughput here. And then lastly, I can do this one, and this will be the copper cable. Sure. I'm not totally sure that this is perfect, but it's at least good enough. Oh, cool. And we're already making our first breaks. We should have, yeah, we got a couple more deliveries coming. Perfect. This should already also have a couple of deliveries on the way. It does. All right. So, if we flip back to YAFC, we've got brakes, control panels, and utility boxes done. So that's just gearboxes and shafts. I guess let's do shafts next. And then we'll do gearboxes, which also need fish oil, so they're a little funky. And then we can do the mechanical parts. Cool. And I think I'm probably going to have to extend this another rail segment. Yeah, I am. Oh, and I should also drop a radar, because I just realized I don't actually have radar coverage here. Am I out of radars? Oh, there they are. I'm just blind. There we go. Now we've got coverage. This is probably just saying that I don't have enough trains. Yeah, I don't have enough trains. It's true. Okay, yeah, we're going to need to make this station, or this path a little bit longer. So let's do that now. Oh boy, I am lucky. This sulfur rock is like right on the edge of being in the way of my rails. All right. Let's do shafts. Let's just get them done. Solid drop-off station again, right here. Oh, I'm out of... Shoot. What do I need to be able to make these? Circuit boards. You know what? I bet somewhere... Well, I haven't gotten a delivery yet. At some point there will be circuits over here, and I can just steal a few circuits to make the things that I need. Although we're also probably going to run out of inserters and other things. But that's okay. Looking at shafts, we need 1.2 a second of everything. So we'll do... Well, actually, it's just going to be like this, because we only have 3 ingredients. So that's going to be the iron nexelit antimony special alloy. That's going to be solder, and that's going to be small parts. All right. And then those will come down here. We need 12 assemblers. Making shafts. I probably need to do like that. Oh, no, sorry. I was thinking about how much the whole belt takes, which is 1.2 of each item. But each of these individually is like 0.1 because there's 12 machines. So we can actually even get away with gray inserters here. And we will get away with gray inserters. And then, of course, this doesn't quite power the whole thing. And we'll want outputs on both of these. Cool. Okay, that is a bunch of shafts. Let's grab some circuits that I can use to make some more stations. All right. And for shafts, what did we need? Small parts, solder, and the iron nexelit antimony special alloy. All right. Quest threshold. All right. That should get, well, eventually it will be assigned. All right, so this just needs, what, copper and iron deliveries? Those should both be on the way. Unless something has gone truly wrong with the rail base. Well, there's iron. Why doesn't it have copper assigned? Copper didn't break, did it? Oh, no. Okay, there's just not enough trains, so it hasn't gotten one yet. That's okay. And then... All right, that's shafts. So we've got brakes, control panels, utility boxes, shafts. We need to do gearboxes, and then the actual mechanical parts. Okay. So I'm going to take solid drop-off. We'll do gearboxes here, opposite of shafts, because I need to feed shafts into this build. And then make sure that I've got all my rail segments looking reasonably correct. Yeah. And then we need a fluid drop-off as well. Here. And this will be for fish oil for the mechanical parts. Oop, and I need more of those combinators. Yeah, this just requests fish oil. Nothing special. Bring me a tank full of fish oil. That's all that we need. And I think we can handle that. I hope we can handle that. Yes, we are full on fish oil. I planned ahead. And then if we grab another machine, making gearboxes. We need to request titanium, duralumin, and steel here. Okay. All right, titanium, duralumin, and steel. All of those feed in. Definitely only need 3 inserters there for this one. And then we're also going to need the output of shafts. And the fish oil. All right. Oh, good. Fish oil's here. So that's fish oil. going to take a little while for this to buffer everything that it needs. It's going to take a little while for all of these to buffer everything that they need. Good. Copper's on the way here. This one needs batteries, which are not currently on the way. I was having issues. I didn't make new circuit and battery builds for the rail base, and I was having issues with batteries and circuits, so, like, totally possible right now that, in fact, batteries have not made their way to where they need to go. That's circuits, so this is supposed to be batteries. No, we have batteries. Provide only. Yeah, this should be fine. I'm not sure why the train hasn't been dispatched yet. Did I do something silly? I don't know. I'll debug it later. For now, let's keep working on getting this one going. All right, that's shafts, which is fantastic. So shafts come out here. We're going to need to bring some over here. 0.2. Done. And then that's 0.1 out. Look at that. That's our output. And this is going to be one of our inputs to the mechanical parts. This will be shafts and gearboxes. And output priority left, I guess. It doesn't really matter. Oh, this has batteries. What is this waiting for? Why? Oh, its output is full. That's why it's not running. Okay, I'm an idiot. This one's probably also output full. Yes. Okay. Cool. So we can go ahead. Each of these is also very low volume outputs. I want to do this. And then if I take the output here, there we go. This will be whatever these are, control panels and utility boxes. Clear some more of these trees out of the way. Those will come up here, and then they'll need to come over here and kind of come alongside this, right? So we'll have that here. And then lastly, we have brakes. That'll be here. All right. So that's these three things. Are all of these turned on? Not yet, actually. Still haven't gotten all their small parts. All right, yeah, but this is just a really long craft, so they need to load a bunch of them in. This inserter should be able to keep up, I think. Actually, it's 1.2 of everything. I'll do that. I don't know if it's strictly necessary, but it makes me feel better. Okay, and then We're going to have another drop-off station. Everything is drop-off stations here. Oh, and of course, that's where this is. We'll get that figured out in a minute. I'm going to need to get more inserters to finish the last sort of build, but that's okay. This is actually making the mechanical parts. So it needs steel, small parts, and rubber as inputs. Let me make a couple of train stops. What do I need for train stops? Iron plate. I have iron plate somewhere. All right. So, rubber. Already forgot. Rubber, steel, and small parts. Okay. All right. And then this is not actually going to work because this is not going to be able to unload, so trains are going to get stuck here. So I do need to go back to the mall and get some more blue inserters. So let's do that. No, let's just get this finished up first. Let's get this all done. So each of these things can come right on over here. And yeah, all of these are such low quantity that I think we can probably just get away with gray inserters here. And then the other inputs, there's actually quite a few small parts that go into these. So I will do 6. 3.5, yeah, you know. Maybe we do like 4, whatever. Just do yellows. Doesn't matter. This is still, yeah, we're waiting for this. I could fix this problem here. I was trying to avoid doing this by hand. I was hoping this would pull enough coke through, but it uses so little of it that unfortunately. There we go. We probably do also want a lot of these other parts to become available because they are used in buildings and we're going to need them in our mall, right? If we look at control panels and everything else, they're used. So we will want to take all of these 5 intermediates and make them available. But I'm going to do that elsewhere. We're going to have one more station, which is a solid pickup. And this is going to be for the output of mechanical parts, which is just 1/4 a second. Very slow. Okay, that'll be our last output there. And then I think we do have everything that we need going into this now. So let's go get some more blue inserters, and we will hopefully be able to finish this build pretty quickly. Where am I? This is not where I wanted to be. Where did I do this build? I'm so lost. I'm completely lost. Yeah, I did it here. Oh, I wanted to go up, not down. Okay, that's fine. I'm going the long way around. All right, what else might I need while we're here? I do have plenty of power poles. I do have... I think that's all I need. Because I basically have everything, because mechanical parts have so many inputs. If I need to handcraft anything, I can pretty much do it with what's available to me over there. So we can kind of act as if we have everything. Oh yes, and I need to plug that radar back in. Okay, so this is going to be mechanical parts themselves. That is nice and easy. The other ones we'll need to send, and I'm not going to do it now. What I will do is I'll reserve kind of the space on the rails for it. I'm going to drop another interchange here. And all this is going to do is make... that's just there so that I know that we have this space reserved and I don't accidentally do something else with it. Because what we need to do basically is just fork all of these belts and set up 5 pickup stations here for each of those materials so that we can send them to the mall when we want to. But we don't have a mall on rails yet, and it's not my priority right now. My priority is science. So I don't want to get too sidetracked enabling the mall yet. But this does have the capacity to do that. This is overbuilt specifically so that it can support a mall as well as science. All right, I think this build is done. It seems like it's all working. Double check all the rail signals, make sure that they look correct. And they pretty much do. That should be a chain. I messed up one of these stations. I think it's this one is misaligned compared to this one. It's one over or something. Yeah, oops. I'm not fixing that. It's just not my priority. All right, there we go. And this is running now. So it's not going to run fast, but it's making a quarter. Well, right now it's running full speed, but it will start to be limited by other parts soon. Specifically shafts, I think, should be the limiting factor. So it'll run at 1/3 speed. So we're going to make like 0.08 mechanical parts a second, which is plenty. Everything always sounds slow, but we're dealing with pi quantities here, so 0.08 is more than enough. And yeah, with all this turned on, how are we doing over here? We don't have nexelit. Oh. That's making vitroloi. We don't have nexelit. We don't have nexelit because it's just slow. I guess it's just slow. You know, this really doesn't look like 30 a sec or like 15 a second to me, despite what Yafsi told me about running Digosaurs off of meat. But we're nowhere near 15 a second. And I know Yafsi can be kind of funky with that, but sorry, let me move my camera away from that horrible noise. You know, if we're doing Digosaurs, 4 modules, yeah, it thinks 3 of them can do it if we're running them off of meat. And I just don't think that's true. Like, we're clearly not making anywhere close to a belt of raw nexelit. I'm not sure what's up with that. If anyone has more experience with Yafsi and Pi, and especially with the Digosaurs, do let me know. But I think something is being computed pretty badly wrong. Yeah, alright, this one is still running off of jerky. And it's gonna keep running off of jerky till it can, like, empty the whole loop of it. But, like, still. These two should be able to saturate half a belt. We'd expect the inside lane here, where this merges in, to be saturated, right? If this was actually able to make what EFC thinks it can make. Does YAFC think that they have mining productivity, but they actually don't? That could be a thing. I don't know. I'm just spitballing. Alright, that should get, yeah, that radar plugged in again. Don't think there's anything else I need to do for this other than to just let it slowly accumulate stuff over time. Alright. Cottongut stud breeder. Right, and this also needs cottongut food. This is what I was looking at earlier, where I realized that I don't have fiberboard. Yeah. You know what I might be able to do? Because I love a good hack. I might be able to just feed the food here, right? If I've got a machine making it, I do. I know it's not going to make very much of it, 0.4 a second, but I don't need very much of it. So maybe we just feed cottongut food onto rails. If I can find a spot to, like, feed it in to the rail base. And that would... that would mean I wouldn't have to rebuild fiberboard, basically. Like, that's all that this is saving us, is building fiberboard and doing starch. So, like, maybe we should just do fiberboard and starch and have that all set on rails for our cottongut breeder. It's only a minor detour. I do want to check, though, some of the other alien life stuff, just to see where we're at with that. Cool, we're still not getting enough jerky for phytoplankton. That's less than ideal. Which means Xiophos turned themselves off. I guess with the demand for meat being higher, meat's not spoiling as rapidly because we're now using meat as fuel for mining, which means we're just not getting enough jerky through. I could change phytoplankton to tin ore, guess. What was going on here? Oh, delivery of something. Molten aluminum. Oh, yeah. A lot of demand for duralumin now. Has this turned on yet? No. We still haven't gotten Corlex food. I think that should still be running. Yep. Getting there. I unfortunately didn't turn off this station for the Corlex milk, so it got the first delivery of Corlex food, not the Corlex breeder. So the Corlex breeder is going to need... We'll get the next delivery, and then we'll be able to start making the Corlex modules for the Corlex milk. But this build is done except the modules that it needs, so... I guess I could hand feed it. I could grab, you know, just a couple stacks of Corlex food to get it started. Maybe I should do that. Well, there's enough other stuff on the to-do list that it'll probably figure itself out. Alright, let's figure out cottongut stud breeding and what that looks like. So we want to make cottongut studs. And yeah, sure, we'll have one Prandium Labs worth of them. Doesn't have to be a large number, right? We've already got... So we'll make cottongut stud pups. Yeah, and that's the loop. We'll make seaweed on site, and we probably don't need that much of it. Yeah. And then we need fish eggs, and this is the weird one. These do decay pretty quickly, so I don't want to ship fish eggs. So we'll have to make it on site, too. Phytoplankton we make... I mean, I've been making it out of jerky everywhere else, although... Water pumping, saline water we bring in, fish food, filtration media we bring in, wood we bring in as logs. We ship everything as logs. And then cottongut pups... I don't even know what to do with. We're not going to turn them into... I guess we could raise them into full-blown cottonguts. Like, we could set up a... one more cottongut machine just to raise the non-studly cottonguts that we get. But I don't know, that needs seeds and releases and a bunch of other stuff that I don't want to deal with. So no, we're not going to do that. We do need moondrops still. And then, yeah, moondrop seeds, da-da-da-da-da. Okay. And then the only other inputs, we're going to have a saline water input, that's fine. Fish food, filtration media. could put a couple compost plants here and just compost the urea that we make and the cotton gut pups. And just have this spit out a little teeny tiny bit of biomass alongside our studs. Yeah. I think both of these are small enough quantities of things that I can just throw them in a box. Both the pups and the urea. And I'm just not going to worry about it. This doesn't need to run continuously. This is just to make me modules, so it's fine. And then we need the food. And the food is... Let's think about doing the food as its own thing. Soil, modules on the Relisias. All right. And then starch. So, yeah, we can get powdered Relisia seeds, right? Because we're going to be making Relisia seeds anyway. And this does spit out a little more biomass. Okay. Steam. And make your own seaweed, please. Because this is going to be its own build, basically. Or maybe not. Maybe we don't make this its own build. Maybe we do this on site with this. This is a lot of inputs. But... Oh, and this needs raw fiber for fiberboard? Ew. I don't know where I have raw fiber. Because this will have to be its own build for sure. We'll do... Oh, I can do it with kickalks now. I mean, I do also, however, have the fiber turd, so, like... This would be kind of its own... May as well do treated wood on site, bring in the creosote, yeah. Alright, so this is like a fiberboard build. It's a lot of outputs. It's a little bit of tall oil, a little bit of black liquor. Tall oil I do have uses for. Black liquor I don't. Okay, but that turns into aromatics and acetone. Yeah, we should really just do this on site. And then acetone I can turn into a couple of different things, but for now I'll just make it available. And then aromatics will get voided, so that's fine. And then eventually this will back up on acetone, and I'll have to decide what to do with acetone, but that's going to take a long time. This is such a small amount of this, though, that, like, I can't even tell what I'm looking at. Let's see here. Allow overproduction. If I, like, set fixed building count to, like, 1, there we go. Now I can see what's going on. And we're not going to do that. We're going to do it here. We'll make 1 wood processing unit. Worth of fiber into fiberboard, 0.3 a second. That sounds reasonable. All right, so this will be the fiberboard build. And then the cotton gut food, we'll do the starch on site because we need to have Relisias going anyway for those. And that will be a cotton gut food build. This will also probably end up needing to be scaled slightly, but whatever. Yeah. And then The cottongut studs will come from that, and it is ad break o'clock. I just realized. Sorry, Twitch snuck up on me. So I'm gonna let the ad run, and when we come back, I guess we'll get we'll start getting the stuff that we need for sort of all of these builds, and we'll get them all built. I think this is gonna be two or three builds. I don't think I'm gonna do it all in one place. But yeah, I'll see everyone in just a couple of minutes. All right. Well, I refreshed my Twitch dashboard and I lost my indicator of when the ad is ending. So that's lovely. But we will go ahead and I'll just head to base. I grabbed the shopping list for most of what we need for the cottongut stud build and its intermediates. So we can go ahead and get the bots supplying us with those things. And we'll see kind of what else we need to grab. I'm not sure if I make prandium labs. I don't. We should add those. I think everything that these need should be available on Rails, no problem. Yeah, this is all around. And then, yeah, there's a few things that we're requesting that aren't available right now. The 2 prandium labs that we need, we can grab from the old stud build. We can also grab the studs themselves. Relisias we should be able to grab from cottonguts, and then these pulp mills, which apparently I don't make? Huh. Alright, well, we'll add them to the thing, too. This is my general way of dealing with new buildings, is I realize that they're not in the bot mall, and then I add them, and then I go ahead and make them by hand, because I need them now. Let's see, we need steam engines and copper. All right. And then the prandium labs we'll grab on our way out. Solid separator is for something. We might want to build... I don't know. I still haven't decided if I want to make the cotton gut food part of the same build as, like, the cotton gut studs or not. I guess it kind of just makes sense to. And then I wonder if it does just make sense to use a little bit more wood in the fiberboard build and just do raw fiber directly. It makes a little bit less fiberboard, obviously, and it'll use a little more wood, but it avoids having to deal with outputting the fiber and the biomass from the fiberboard build. So it gets us down to, 6 stations, which is a manageable number. With the fiber and the biomass output, it was at like 8 stations, and that is a lot. So yeah, I think we'll do this. And then I'll have to get acetone. I think the sink for acetone is organic solvent, which also uses syngas. So we'll have to get this build set up at some point. I think it's literally just one chemical plant doing that, but that's a lower priority thing. And then the cotton gut food inputs and outputs. See, and this is where I'm back to, like, if I do these as one build, I can just compost these cotton gut pups and compost this urea. And that saves us a couple of different output stations, right? We still have a ton of inputs that are needed for this, but we're down to, like, just the one byproduct out. But again, it can just go in boxes. It can just go in boxes. It can just go in boxes. This is low volume branding. Don't worry about it. This cotton gut food build, though, we are going to build, I think, at a slightly bigger scale than this, which means that I should actually figure out what that scale is. Let's see here. Allow overproduction of food. There we go. So yeah, if I do this to the scale of, like, one thing extracting Relesia seeds, it does mean we need a few more Relesia plantations, and that's fine. But that gets this to a... See, the thing is, I don't know if this is a useful scale. Going up with more Relesia plantations or not, so... Maybe we don't do that? Maybe we... just build what we need and have it be really, really slow. 0.025 versus 0.13. So like 5 times bigger. Yeah, let's just do this. Let's do it a little bit bigger. So that means that I do need 12 Relesia plantations instead of whatever number is in my requests right now. And then this part of the build, I think we just do as is. There's not a lot that we need to do to get this set up. There's not a lot that we can do to simplify this. We don't want to do much of it any bigger. It's just kind of here. So we'll deal with it. I'm actually not even going to turn the wastewater into urea. It's going to go into a big tank. And at some point, I'm going to realize that I'm not making studs anymore, and I might be sad. But also, we just don't need to make that many of them. These are just modules for buildings, right? So... Yeah. Fiberboard, at least, like, we're going to have uses for in the future. Sure, phenolic is... Oh, look at that. Printed circuit substrate. I saw that coming a mile away. So, yeah, that'll be... Well, we might even need to grow our fiberboard build, but that's a different problem. All right, cool. We'll get this going then. Fiberboard, cotton gut food, cotton guts themselves. What I think I'm going to do is I'm going to make the cotton gut food a separate build, quote unquote, but you know, I'll have it do its own seaweed. Because each of these things just needs one machine. It'll have its own delivery station for, like, its inputs, but it'll ultimately probably just be belted into the cotton gut stud build, I think is what I'm going to do. Just to simplify the train routing and everything. Okay, what are we waiting for? We're waiting for 2 more Relesia plantations. We're waiting for 1 more Relesia plantation. And then... Oh no, we got them all. Cool. Everything else we need to grab on the way. So let's go. Let's see, Relesias. Ooh, there's actually not that many sitting around here. I needed 36 of them. I have extras. And then we're gonna need the studs and the Prandium labs. Okay. So these are our 2 labs. And then we should have some more studs. There we go. And that is all of our requests satisfied. Where do I want to set up this cotton gut breeder? Well, I guess the first thing we're doing is we're setting up fiberboard. So let's, we can do this over here. Why not? We haven't really done much with this, this part of the base since I set it up. Started getting this part of Rails connected, so we'll do something on this side for a change. All right, so fiberboard has 2 inputs and 4 outputs, right? That's right, I was talking about that. Ooh, and we are getting up into the water here. Oh, I need landfill, apparently. Do I need landfill? No, the bots are just being slow. Okay. So let's grab our... We're going to have a fluid drop-off, yes, for oxygen and creosote. And then we're going to have a solid drop-off for whatever else this needs. Okay. So, for this, we want oxygen. which I'm sure I have everywhere and probably too much of, and creosote. And oxygen. And whoops. Creosote. Okay. So we can turn this on. And that'll get those requests going. Our solid requests are sodium hydroxide and logs. All right, that's nice and easy. Sodium hydroxide and log. All right. So the fiberboard itself is made from fiber, steam, and the sodium hydroxide, and treated wood. So I think the first thing I want to do is I want to be turning logs into wood. Some of that wood goes to treated wood. Some of that wood goes to fiber. The fiber I can feed directly into the pulp mill. Okay. Let's do this solid pickup here. So this will be where we actually have the fiberboard. So we'll take our pulp mill. Making fiberboard. Okay. It's going to have, yeah, 2 fluid outputs that we're going to have to deal with. We're only making a very small amount, though. Okay. And then the raw fiber comes from wood processing unit. And I think we can just direct input this. Raw fiber. Oh! I'm an idiot. I forgot. You lose access to the raw fiber recipe when you take the turd. Okay, so I do have to deal with outputs. Also, apparently I have trains that can't get where they want to go. That's bad. And that destination is here. Why is that? Why can't you path? Oh. Eh? Oh my god. Pyanodons, why do you hate me? Okay. That's fine. A little bit of custom, Oh, really? And now I don't have enough rails? Alright, well, I need to go get more rails. But I also am going to need to extend this. Well, I'll think about if I want to extend it or if I want to just maybe put another station beside it. Because we are going to have to deal with the byproducts of fiber, unfortunately. I completely forgot that I couldn't still use the crappy fiber recipe since I took the fiber turd. What am I doing? Rails. All right, bots, fix it. Yeah, I think I'll just do another trumpet here. And then if I do straight here, I'll be able to deal with the byproducts of the fiber processing there. All right, so let's start then with this wood processing unit here. And this is just going to make wood from the logs. So that is easy. That is 1 log per second. Done. So that comes over here. That needs to be split between fiber and treated wood. Treated wood is pretty straightforward. That's a tar processing unit. Treated wood. And this can bring in half of wood a second. Sure. All right. And then the other half of this needs to feed another wood processing unit doing fiber. Okay. Okay. So this is going to come here. We're going to split fiber. Sorry, the raw fiber, I should say. We're going to go under with the other ones because that's going to be our byproduct. This is going to have its output. There we go. And then those can both come up here as our inputs to this. What are our input numbers? Fairly low, right? Yeah, just a couple yellow inserters. And then we also need, well, we're going to need steam. That's easy. And we're going to need the sodium hydroxide. Filter that. Okay. So that should be pretty much that for fiberboard. This output now is... needs to come over here to 2 pickup stations. What are we going to make? Small quantities of both. Okay. Like, it's fine to have more fiber and biomass on rails. They're not... it's not a huge deal. It's just... I didn't want to deal with having to do what I'm doing now and dealing with all the byproducts of it. But it's fine. All right, and then both of these are side products, which means that we want to make sure that whenever possible, the base will pull from these so that they don't back up. So these both need to be marked as high priority for Cybersyn. Okay. And power them. And this is just going to be biomass and fiber in very, very small quantities. This is just going to be a trickle out. And then I said I was going to do the black liquor to acetone on site. And that's what oxygen is for. Yeah. And of course, that's okay. We'll take it out this way. Take it out one more. All right, so we got oxygen here, and we need the black liquor. And both of those go into a gasifier, making aromatics. There we go. And this will be aromatics and acetone out. On our... Yeah, so now we just have three fluid pickups to do. Our aromatics pickup, our acetone pickup, and the tall oil pickup. Which we're going to do like this. And then the last thing I need is I need to boil some water. That should be everything as soon as this runs. Yeah. Yeah, so that'll be the fiberboard. We'll need several fluid pickups here now. And each of these is... Oh, these are also all byproducts, which means we're going to need a few more Cybersyn combinators. I also need another train stop, and I'm out of iron plates to make train stops. Is this iron? Yeah, that's iron. That's actually not too far from me. Okay, let's go to iron so I can make a couple more train stops. And then we can finish up that fiberboard build. And after that, it will be... Speaking of iron, how's this going? Are we still running up here? We're out of shafts, and we're out of shafts because we don't have the iron nexelit antimony special alloy, and we don't have that because antimony is sadness. No. Oh, we don't have that because we're out of liquid fuel. Okay. It has come to pass, and coal is not sinking. That's bad. Why is coal not sinking? Not that one. This one? No. I might have to do a quick Control F. This one. But why? Why are there no trains with this stop? Did I screw up this stop? Oh, I did screw up this stop. Oops. There we go. Now it knows. But there's a whole bunch of coke that it needs to take care of. Hopefully it can turn itself back on. Yeah, there we go. 2 trains have been dispatched to start getting coke out of this. Cool. Okay. Let's see here. I needed a couple more train stations, I thought. We should be able to finish this build now. Yeah, we're stopped on everything. Fluid pickup station. And then this is still a side product, so we still need high priority. All of the fluid outputs of this are side products, in fact. All right, high priority there. One, and... 2. Then we've got 2 outputs from this to take care of. Okay, and power. Oh, I needed power. I broke power. There we go. I think this should be good, and this should be able to produce some reasonable number of fiberboard for, like, the short term of the base. The black liquor will turn into aromatics, which will get turned into diesel elsewhere in my base, which is fine. The acetylene, I don't think I have a sink for right now. That will need to get turned into organic solvent, but it's small quantities, so I'm not going to worry too much about it right now. And what I do need to do, though, is get this segment of rails. Get this all painted with asphalt so that I can move quickly through here when I need to. Okay. So the next thing is cottongut food, and we can go back to YAFC real quick. Fiberboard is done. Let's just get rid of, shoot. There we go. Cottongut food. So this is going to have a fluid drop-off for hydrogen, a solid drop-off for the fiberboard tin, and logs, not wood. Right, and then its output is the food and the biomass. So that's 4 stations in total. That's fine. That's like a standard size that I can work with. And that'll make cottongut food. And I've got this, right, that's right. I set this up at kind of an arbitrary scale. I mean, it's 1 botanical nursery worth of cottongut food, right? So we'll get this build done, and then that'll just leave this little cottongut stud farm to set up afterwards, which shouldn't be too awful. I wonder if I can do... Not easily. I was trying to see if there was, like, something around that I could make saline water with. But I don't think so. I think we're just going to have to bring it in a tank, like we usually do for other builds, and that's okay. What are my bots not doing? We don't have landfill. We have landfill. Very easy, if I'm not careful, to leave my bots behind. Alright, so another T-piece. And then cottongut food, I said needed 4 stations. Oh, am I out of ramps? I'm out of ramps. Okay. Let's, I guess, yeah, I'm going to run back up to... the mall. I'll grab some of the rail pieces that I need. I have plenty of supports. It's just the ramps I don't have. And whatever else the bots manage to give me in the Logi network while I'm here, I will take. Otherwise, I'm not going to worry about it. And I need a bunch of trains. Should I try to make some more trains? Maybe I should. Let's see if we can get a few more trains built. If this takes forever, if I don't have the stuff for it kind of stashed around, I'm not gonna do it. Alright, well that was 2 right away. All right. Oh, that's half a dozen trains. Cool. Let's get those in the network. Oh, okay. I don't know what the shortcut is to make it actually request the train for the copy, so we're not going to. And this is part of the CyberSyn group and run automatically. Automatic. 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 Okay. So these should get dispatched as soon as they are able to finish fueling themselves. And that will hopefully help with some of our train issues. Oh, we might also need more fluid trains. Yeah, a lot of these are fluid. Oops. Okay. Well, let's also make more fluid trains then. Why not? May as well. Go all out. I'll build... I probably don't need to build another half a dozen fluid trains, but I'll do at least a couple more. Alright, what do I need for more? Steel, titanium, okay. Alright. There's 3 of those. I'm out of pipe. Let me restock my pipes. Oh no! Oh shoot. The bots are bringing me stuff for things that I already built, because I forgot to disable that request. Alright, let's drop off a few more trains. Are these all fluid? Yeah. It'll be happier with some more fluid trains. Whoops! CyberSyn, automatic. Whoops. CyberSyn, automatic. 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 Okay. Yeah, okay. So all 6 of these trains that I made have been dispatched. So, like, yes, fluid trains are are also the problem, but far from the only problem. And this should be requesting coal. Yep. It's doing a pickup. Perfect. Love to see it. This is not full yet. Cool. Okay. Let's go back to where we were working over here then, and get back to the cottongut food and the stud breeder. Oh, this is all stuff that's in the way. I think this is just power for a radar, so I'll get that reconnected later. Yeah, and oh, this is really swampy land. I picked a bad spot to do this. Well, we'll deal with it. Fortunately, it's not a huge build to do the cottongut food here, but... well, we'll try to stick down to this end where it's at least, like, half land. Alright, so cottongut food has solid input and a fluid input. Solid drop-off. Fluid drop-off. Fluid drop-off is just hydrogen. Alright, we don't have to mess with it. And then the solid inputs are log, fiberboard, and tin plate. Okay. Log, fiberboard, tin plate. I'm doing these at our default, like, stack size requests. Yeah, I mean, this is already up to a couple of stacks. I can always hand feed it to get it kickstarted if I need to, but I think it'll be fine to let it request full trains of fiberboard. I don't think there's any reason to mess with it. Okay. So the hydrogen goes into releases. So we'll do the releases on this side. Pardon me. All right. And is there a reason we're not putting releases in all of these? Where are my releases? Oh. Oops, I didn't update the number of releases I needed as modules when I decided to make this a bigger build. Oops. So I only grabbed enough releases for 3 of these. We're gonna have to grab a few more. Okay. So the input of this, these guys need soil and seeds, and then their output is just the releases themselves. So output will come down here. The releases are only used for release seeds in this build. Okay. So those will feed right into a botanical nursery at the end here. Making release seeds. And then we need to split the release seeds between starch and the releases themselves. Okay. So this pulls in, yeah, 0.9 releases a second. So that is 1 inserter. It outputs 1.45. We'll do 2 inserters. And then we want to have This will merge. No, we'll split it and then we'll merge it. Output priority left. And then we need to bring in, yeah, we'll do something like this. Because we also have to bring in soil. And then I think each of these is fairly low volume of everything. Yeah. How much soil do we need? Is it just like one soil extractor? It's just one soil extractor. Cool. Well, that would be funny. Let's do this, I guess, here. There we go. That'll be water into all of these. I need to get more releases because I need to fill up all these modules and then be able to bootstrap this. So I'll grab that from our actual current running cotton guts, I guess. Now, I need to convert wood right down to tree seeds. Okay. And then the cotton gut food is built with the tin. So I think I'm going to do... These are the only things that we request? Yes. All right. So we're going to have this here. We're going to have this here. We're going to do this here. So this makes wood. This makes tree seeds. And then this makes the cotton gut food. So this feeds here. This needs the tin coming in, so that's just one inserter here. This makes seeds that go out. That's fine there. So there's two of our several ingredients. We need starch and we need steam. Oh, I didn't account for getting... Oh, it's a very small amount of fiberboard. Okay, that's fine. We'll do fiberboard out right here. All right, so there's the fiberboard out. And we will also have, come in this way. Oh, I'm out of underground belts or underground pipes. Oops. Didn't realize I was so low on those, or I would have picked up more when I went to the base or to the mall, but that's okay. All right. So this will be Relesia seeds feeding into a pulp mill to make the powdered Relesia seeds. And then that feeds into a solid separator. Okay. Let's grab our solid separator. There's the solid separator. And this is going to make fiber. And we'll have our pulp mill doing powdered Relesia seeds, outputting to that. And then the output of this needs to get brought up to this thing. Along with some Relesia seeds. Okay, that's fine. So we split this. I don't know if it matters if we prioritize it or not, but we will. I don't think we're running this at full capacity or even close to it. No. We can run this off of 1. And then we'll bring... These will be seeds here. And powdered... Oh, no. Sorry. The powdered Reletia feeds into here. And then the fiber comes out here. No, not fiber. What is it called? Starch. Starch. Yeah. Except we'll do like that. All right, so this will be those two then. We have Reletia seeds and starch coming up as inputs to this here. And then our last inputs are the steam and the seaweed. Steam is easy. Let's see, boiler. Is there space for the boiler right here? Is kind of, but also not really. I'll put it further away. Yeah, there's room for pumps everywhere here. How about here? The joys of building on a marsh. Okay, so that'll be steam. And then seaweed is literally 1 seaweed farm. All right. And that's, I mean, seaweed crop facilities are big, but... And this is just using water, right? Yeah. It's such a quick, simple... Okay. And that'll just be a single ray inserter there. Okay. So that'll be the seaweed. We're still waiting for the Reletias for these other parts. I do need to, like, power some of this stuff, I guess. Guess powering it would be good. Okay. And then our outputs of this is there's a biomass output from this thing, yes. As well as our intended... cottongut food output. I'm inclined to just route the biomass output over to here because why not? That's easy enough to do. Oh, and Twitch is telling me that it's at o'clock again. So we will let that run. I'll just get this biomass routed over there, and then I will, I need to get more water, so I will get more water. Everyone else should hydrate too, and we'll come back. All right, that's the biomass output. I think we just need the output for the actual cottongut food, and I'll put that down in a minute. But I do want to see about grabbing another heap of releases, actually. Oh, here we go. Yeah, this is what I expected this to look like the last time I looked at it. Okay. Hey, Mechajid, good to see you. All right, I think that should be that for this build. Oh, did I get soil going? Yes, okay. So that'll be that for this build, and we're really just waiting for... Well, the releases need to start looping, of course, and then we'll need the fiber board. All right, I do still need to get more water, so I'm going to step away for that last minute of the ad break, and then when we come back, I think we can do the cottongut stud farm. Okay, thanks for sticking around through the break, everybody. Sorry I was a little bit late getting back. Okay, so the cottongut food build I think is done. Releases are just kind of slowly... Oh, I didn't hook up hydrogen. So no, we're not done. Let's hook up hydrogen. Will this pipe reach across here? Yes, okay, good. And we'll build a couple more of those undergrounds by hand. All right. Now the release build should be done. Yes, there we go. It's going to take a little while for this thing to turn on because we prioritize feeding seeds back into the loop. So basically until this whole belt backs up on seeds for the releases, we're not going to be feeding seeds over to this half. But that is okay, because we don't need this to turn on right away. We're still waiting for fiberboard to happen over here. Yeah, that's going slowly, so... We're just trying to get all these things, you know, set up, ready to go, and then You know, we can do our full cotton gut build even without having all the studs we need, right? And we'll just top off the studs once this is done. That's not a big deal at all. All right. So that does pretty much mean that the next thing to do is the cotton gut stud breeder. We get rid of that. Get rid of the food. Here we go. This is the build for making cotton gut studs. That's our main thing that we want, is to collect cotton gut studs in a box. But we will also end up with some regular cotton gut pups from time to time. And we'll just have to deal with that. So we're going to have... well, that's 3, 4, 6 items. So we can just do... I think just like what we did for the... Sorry, I'm having a brain fart. The streamer brain is kicking in. It has been a long stream. Just like what we were doing for the mechanical parts, I think we'll set the thresholds on all of this to like half train loads. That should be plenty. And then we can fit all 6 of these inputs into one train station, and that'll be fine. And then they all have to go out and turn into fish food, and yeah, a little bit of phytoplankton to make the fish eggs, a little bit of seaweed. There's a whole bunch of stuff that needs to happen here, but let's just get started with this then. Shouldn't take us too long to get this built. So we're gonna grab another trumpet. I should have plenty of... Ooh, I have plenty of landfill, but I'm running low on rails. Oh, and I need underground pipes. Yeah, let's make a trip back to the mall. Make sure that, yeah, that's turned off. Good. And we'll just, we'll stock up on some things that I'm running low on. Grab rails. Also, what can I dump out of my inventory? Okay. We need underground pipes. That's a big one. We could use a few extra regular pipes, too. My inventory's not going to be happy with me real soon, though. We're getting a little cluttered. I'm going to hold on to these... I don't need to hold on to fish, do I? Not really. Get rid of this coal, wood, log, random one-off crafting, leftovers. Okay, that looks fine. How's this all doing up here? We're turned off on shafts, and I assume shafts are still iron, nexelit, antimony, special alloy. Well, we have fuel again, but we're out of nexelit. The back and forth continues. Yeah, these guys are just not anywhere near the one belt of ore that I was promised by EFC. So we're gonna have to ramp this up significantly. Which, like, is fine. We have the meat for it, we have the food for it. It's just not what I was expecting to have to do. So, like, probably we would do like that. And then this one would end up like further down, like here and here, right? And then this one would come back and have one below it. That's what I would do, is expand the square slightly. I guess it doesn't matter, but like the goal is to keep them right now where this one is mining. This building's in the way. So if we pull the buildings out of the way, I don't know if that matters, but that's what I'm thinking about when I'm thinking about how I would double this. But that is not my immediate concern. The immediate concern is getting cottongut stud breeder rebuilt. Ooh, stop throwing away cottongut studs. We want those. I didn't realize they had ended up in my inventory, in my, oh, and cottongut food. Let's see, can we find the studs that we threw away? Probably not. I don't think it really necessarily matters. You know, we are making a stud breeder, after all. Oh, there they are. Oh no, that's a regular cottongut. I don't know why that's there. Cottongut studs. There we go. Okay. I think we've probably got enough of everything to go finish this build. I hope we do anyway. And then I think this is going to be the last build for tonight. It is getting late. But the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. I feel like some side quests happened because I started with 20 and we're down to 18. Some side quests did happen, right? We had to fix coal. We had to do all of this stuff for the cottongut stud breeding. So, like, it's, some distractions have occurred for sure. This does look like it is running. Is there a train on the way? There are no trains with this stop. That's bad. Does the train limit on this need to be set? No, it's set to 2. Oh, yeah, this is just full. Okay. Maybe I need to make this unloader also one that uses stack inserters, just to keep the throughput of the coke going. And then, yeah, coal gas to syngas on overflow. Coal gas, of course, also goes to aluminum mining and, I don't know, probably something else. I can't be expected to keep track of what everything in my base does. There's so much stuff. If you've never done Pyanodons, it's really... It is hard to express how much context you really need to have in your brain, and it's part of why I always seem like I'm not quite sure what I'm doing. It's because I'm usually not quite sure what I'm doing. Alright, let's get moondrops started. I'm actually going to need a few more extra moondrops to bootstrap the system. I always do that. I always do that. Because I don't have moondrop seeds here. Yep. Okay, let me go just run and grab a few more moondrops. I have some moondrops not too far from here. Actually, no, those are CO2 drops, so they don't make more moondrops. I can't just steal from them. I can, however, just steal from this. Yoink. There we go. That is plenty of moondrops. Yeah. Okay, so let's, I guess, start with our usual things. We're going to have a solid drop-off station here. And our inputs are lots of things. Right. This is a lot of inputs. So we're going to set our threshold to 10 here because we want to fit 6 things in our requests. So we want jerky. We want cottongut food. We want logs. We want fish. We want fish food. Actually, why? Why use the complicated fish egg recipe when I can use the not complicated fish egg recipe? Yeah, we can skip fish eggs or fish food and filters. So we just need 4 things. Okay. I'm still going to use smaller request thresholds because I don't want this to just be buffering 30 stacks of everything. But we'll use the simpler fish egg recipe. All right, so we got to set up moon drops. That is just a little loop of those. Let's figure out what are the things that actually come off of the input bus there. We've got jerky to phytoplankton. We've got... Oh, we also have a saline water input that I need to hook up. Yep. So let's grab that and get that set up too. That's a fluid drop-off station. Saline water. There we go. And I have a plenty of saline water. There is a dedicated build for it with a couple of salt mines just dumping right into saline water, which is not super efficient. I'm sure it's better to be using my gravel or my stone or basically anything except mining salt directly into saline water. But it is easy. And that's what matters. Okay. So coming right off of this, we need to be making wood for the cottongut studs, and we need to feed food into both of the... Yeah. Both of the machines. Yeah, that needs wood and cottongut food. I'm not sure that there's an easy way to route this. I think I'm just going to have to, like, pull each item out and just deal with it. I will try where I can to kind of do, like, direct insertion, of course. And then that makes wood. That can actually be directly inserted into one of the Prandium labs. So, you're going to make stud pups. You're going to make studs. Nope, other way around. Oh, I did not need to disconnect that. Studs. stud pups. Okay. So we'll put 2 chests in, and these are just going to feed right across, right? Okay. So the stud pups will get made. They'll go into this box. And then studs will get made. They'll go into this box. They'll feed back and forth forever. Thing of beauty. Yes. All right. And then here, this is going to be the food. These both take very small quantities, yeah. So that'll be cottongut food right there. And then, yeah, you'll get the stud pups. You also need seaweed and fish eggs. Okay. So we've got a phytoplankton farm. Doing phytoplankton from jerky. Just feed that directly. I'm gonna have a fish farm here, which is gonna feed all right, there's that part. The saline water needs to be fed in. This should have almost no... Oh, actually, no, that can go away. This should use very little of this saline water, but... And then this will make eggs. Anything... Eggs do decay. Yeah, let's just grab a... Again, we're not being efficient here. This is gonna be any decay that gets made. Prove that this is Linux? I mean, you can see my KDE cursor. How's... I have everything set to capture Windows, not my full desktop, so I don't know if you can see window decorations anywhere. Whoops, does this show my window decorations? It doesn't. Ooh. Oh, you know what? We could do this. Let's just capture, There we go. There we go. All right, I'm gonna flip that back to my YAFC now. Where was I? Right, fish eggs. Cyrus78, thank you so much for the follow. Let's see. Linux mentioned. Indeed. I am one of those people who is crazy enough to stream on Linux. All right, fish output all the way over here to feed this. Wastewater just goes in a tank because I don't care. This shouldn't be biocrud, though, because that will break the build. Okay. And I think once this gets cotton gut food and jerky... And jerky's been tough because we're getting a lot of meat demand. What I should probably do, actually, yes, I should be doing this. What are these set to? Yeah, decayed first. These should be fresh first. Right? Because if I'm sending something out onto the network, I think I want it to be whatever's going to be, like, lasting the longest at its destination. And that also means that the older stuff will eventually end up decaying, and I'll have my jerky supply again. Because I think what's happening is I'm sending all of my, like, almost decayed meat out to, like, nexelit here. Right? And this is, like, right on the edge of decay. Which means that a bunch of these guys keep ending up with jerky, which is not... Yeah. Which is not helping my problem of too much... of not enough nexelit. So I think if we use fresh first for things output from animal management, it should work a little bit better. I hope. Oh, I have shells. I didn't even realize that we had started rendering Xiophos. All right. Yeah, we're still having issues with jerky limiting them because these guys also need jerky input for their whatever this is called, phytoplankton. How are the Yadels doing? Yadels are doing good. The two machines that are running anyway. I should get the rest of these turned on soon as well. Let me check. All right, we do have 10 of those, and we probably have the stuff to make more. Yes. Let's grab... Let's grab those Yadel buildings, and we'll get those in place before I forget. Because that's not in my to-do list. Theoretically, the cottongut stud breeder is done. It just doesn't have all of its inputs yet. All right, there we go. There's those Yadel things. What's the best way? That build is down here. All right, let's go out this way. Oh, and actually, this is good. I can swing by the Wall of Fame. On the way by. How did I end up with a 0 there? Oh, that's what underscore is now. Ring. I think underscore used to map to the cog. There may have been an update to this. fix that one while I'm at it. All right. Thank you again, Sarah78, for the follow. All right, let's go drop the rest of these Yadel buildings off, and then that build will be at full power. Which is great. I think I did it down here. I hope it's here. I'm gonna be sad if I'm coming to the wrong place. Yeah, it's down here. Oh, I did not... Somehow I got, like, every other... What? Alright, I don't know how I achieved this, but... When I did this, I apparently put, like, every other power pole in the right place. There we go. Now they should all turn on. And with that... It's gonna take a minute for all this stuff to work its way down. But this is now full scale, which is delightful. All right, now I think we can go finish. I didn't actually finish the cottongut scud breeder, did I? I got distracted and completely didn't do some things. Yeah, we need the moondrop input, and we need a seaweed input that I just straight up didn't build. So let's go get those put together. All right, seaweed is easy. You had to feed this. Just need... Oh. We don't have a seaweed thing. Why don't I have a seaweed thing? Oh, because I was thinking about doing these as one build, and I said I was going to share the seaweed, and then I changed my mind. Yep, I remember. That's fine, though. Seaweed. And we just need water for that, which is easy enough. And then over here, we need moondrops, and we need like a proper moondrop. Well, I'm not going to say proper moondrop build, but it's a more than an absolute basic moondrop build. Okay. Each of these outputs moondrops. Come over here. Moondrops are fun because the moondrop seed recipe also outputs moondrops. So we need to route the seeds up and out to the top there, which is fine. Then we also potentially need to route out moondrops to the bottom. And then route this around as... actually, I think it's better to do it up here. So this will be moondrop, and these will be moondrop seeds. And then priority input on the left here. And then here, output priority left. And then this will be the moondrop output. Feeding these guys. Okay, that should basically be it. And then the moondrop seeds come through here. Oh, you need power too. Yeah, let's get power pulled through here, I guess. All right. And that might back up with that many moondrops, like, in it. If it can't clear this belt, so I might have to remove some of those from the loop. But maybe not. Alright, so all I need is one more seaweed facility. Turn off always trash so I can grab a little bit of extra seaweed. These are all yellow. Oh, yeah, because I didn't put output inserters on these. I've said it before, but the streamer brain is real. After a few hours of Factorio, it can be easy to miss little things. Alright, that should let the releases here go for realsies this time. And then the other part of that is still, yeah, this, which is running. It'll figure itself out. I could set the thresholds on this, and maybe I should set the thresholds on this. We'll do this as a low quantity build. And that should actually get a station. There we go. Yep, that'll get a pickup here. All right. So that should get the cottongut food going again, and then the stud breeder itself needs the food, and it also needs jerky still. Jerky has remained surprisingly elusive, but... Oh. There's that. I fixed the Relegias here, so it shouldn't take too long for, like, seeds to back up on this belt, but we'll see. Let me go see if I can get just one more seaweed crop facility. Because that's the last thing needed for that cottongut build. There is one coming, but I guess not from up here. Okay, there must have been one in storage. If I head towards storage, it should end up joining up with me. There it is. Yep. Okay. Let's drop that in place. All right, there we go. That'll start getting seaweed in here. And then hopefully these guys will get some jerky. I think with the change to animal management so that we're preferring... Ooh, what happened? I must have done that, right? I did something silly. Yeah, we're going to say that's my fault. But anyway, with the changes to animal management, yeah. So that they're now preferring to send the least spoiled stuff, we should see a lot more jerky become available. And I think... Yeah, this should already have, like, at least one dispatch coming for it. And this train wants to go to... Neco Angeles. Is that this station? No, that's a different station. But we should see more of the pretty much all the stations that need jerky should be able to get it now, rather than having it like coming out to my nexelit farm, where it not only isn't helpful, but it actively makes things worse to have all of this meat on the edge of spoiling, right? We want to be bringing in, yeah, fresher meat. Excellent. All right. And then, yeah, these guys are going to have to work through all this jerky that's on the belt before they will eventually get meat. And I think some of it is... God, that's so loud. Some of it is pretty spoiled already. So it's gonna take a little while before the fresher meat works its way in, and this system I think stabilizes on that. But hopefully that will make nexelit a little bit faster as well, because this is this is broken. But why? Oh my god. I missed some undergrounds when I set this up. Alright, let's go fix that. If it's not one thing, it's another. There's always bug fixes. Alright, let's see if it's just the one underground. Nope. It's a copy and paste error that I made in at least 2 places, 3 places, 4 places, 5. 6 places. Oh, 7. 8. Okay, well, there we go. Not that this was really our limiting factor. Like, I noticed it was broken, but you can also see, like, there's no nexelit ore here, so it doesn't matter. These guys would have, the few of them that were running would have eventually caught up with what was available. How is liquid fuel doing? Cool. We just got enough gasoline for a... Oh my goodness. All right, well, that sounds like a Thursday problem. I don't want to deal with fixing power right now. As long as it's, like, running. Yeah, and it does seem like this power plant is running. Yeah, we basically just need to copy and paste this whole thing. This is a power plant in and of itself. This one up here was the prototype, and it's not quite right. I actually want to decommission it. So what I'll do is I'll take this one. We'll duplicate this, and we'll tear this down, and we'll use the parts of this one to help build this one. But yeah, that will be a Thursday project. Add to the top, more power. All right, thanks very much, everybody, for tuning in. Thank you, Raiders, again. Really appreciate you coming by. If you want to see more Pi, and especially if you want to see me hit Pi Science 2, we're really close now. I do stream Pi every Tuesday and Thursday at 1 p.m. U.S. Pacific time, and my schedule down below in the description does have that localized to everywhere in the world. So if you look at that, it'll tell you your time zone. I do have a VODs channel on YouTube as well if you want to see the past of this run, and that is also linked in my Twitch profile down below. If you are already watching this as a VOD on YouTube, I also really appreciate you. And if you want to watch me live, the link to my Twitch is in the description. And if you want to do anything to feed the algorithm, that's always appreciated. It does help small creators like me a lot. So yeah, thanks everybody. We'll be back on Thursday with apparently a power plant upgrade, and we'll see what we can do from there. I mean, pretty much continuing the to-do list for Pi Science 2 is getting shorter. Never closer. Learning every day. We're nearly there though. And then tomorrow, Wednesday, I do a Kerbal Space Program stream. So if you're interested in that, you can join that as well. So yeah, thanks again everyone, and I'll see you in the next one.